Yes! Oh, brilliant. Wicked. How is everyone rocking today? Let's rock! Okay, awesome. Cool. Fantastic. So, we have got an interesting title to our stream. So, as you may or may not be aware, I have released my game on itch. So people can actually do a bit of play testing. And so far, it's seeming okay, but there is a big problem that we've got that I'm trying to fix. Apart from everything else, it's looking okay. So what is the problem that we're trying to fix? So we have it's a problem with the Rangers. So I made a decision maybe a few weeks ago that whenever we're in the main game here. So I don't actually know what we're expecting to see here. I don't know what my deck is going to be, but I'm just going to play. Let's see if it does actually play all right. So yeah, the issue that we have is whenever you have Rangers and they get attacked, sometimes the number of Rangers that is shown over here is different to the number of Rangers shown. And like as a result, when either the Rangers are trying to attack, there might, like in the particular example that was given to me, there was 10 Rangers. I think we're going to be a little bit in trouble here to try and do this fight. This is going to be quite difficult. But we can actually still do a little bit of experimenting while we're here. Some more defenders. So as it is, you can see here there's there's the arrows that we know there's 4 Rangers, and we can see 4 there, which is correct, and that's fine. Now the problem that we've got is when an enemy attacks, this number doesn't always go down or up with this number, and that is what we're trying to sort of work down. So my basic idea is to try and recreate the problem. All right, that's what we're going to do. So I think everything works fine unless you have one particular construct in place, and that kind of skews the numbers. So let me see how many defenders I can bring up. So this is all just experimenting. We're just trying to work out where to... Okay, 27. So in this precise moment, this won't be an issue. But I am intentionally still keeping this defensive wall up because we're still experimenting with things. So as part of his attack, he's adding some rubbish to our deck. And then he's smashing them down. And he's got this thing, which is giving him extra attack every turn. So now we've got 31. So let's actually just use this as an experiment. I'll just get rid of these. And I will put some more archers out. So what we're expecting to happen is we've got 31 defense. So when he actually goes to attack, he's going to put the trash in the deck like he does, because he's got that. But then he's going to do 33 damage, so he's going to kill all of the defenders, which is 31 of them, and then 2 damage is going to go to the town, and 2 rangers are going to die. We want to check that works, and we're going to make sure that there's still 7 rangers there, and there'll be 7 archers there. So we're just kind of like essentially like trying to narrow. I think I know what the problem is, but we want to just make sure that we've got it right. So that is right. So these numbers still add up. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rangers there and 7 there. That's fine. Okay. He's now going to attack for 60. So let me go bring up some defenders. So ideally, all of these rangers are going to die, and we're going to take those damage. And the rangers have disappeared there, so that's good. Okay. So at the moment, we can't recreate it, but I will explain what we're going to do to try and recreate it. If I don't load, that does lead to other problems later, but that's okay. This is just for testing purposes. And what we kind of want to have is in master, constructs active, construct types. Let's have a look. So let's go construct type 1, and so we're not going to have Chuck's exhibit, we're going to have Kev. So Kev is the one that it's got an ability where you where when rangers would die, they actually have a 50% chance of surviving. And I think this is where the problem lies. So we're going to try a multitude of different things to try and get this to, you know, essentially, like I say, I want to recreate this problem, right? But once we have done that, we can then zero in on exactly where we're struggling. Right. So, so the current deck is probably not the most ideal deck that we need to try and do this. So let's go 3. Let's go Bees Ranger Recruit. So annoying when that happens. Right, click there. Yeah, that's fine. So we want a few of these. We probably want a trying to think of all the other ranger. So sniper. So all of this is just about making as many sort of rangers, so we can actually just play around with it, try and work out where we're going wrong. So that should be fine. This is all we need. Right. So let's go play. Let's hope that everything works. So we have this. Each ranger has a 50% chance of surviving when the town is attacked. Okay. So, oh yeah, I probably should be actually spending some of these. So we've got a bunch of rangers here. This probably isn't the best example of one that I want to try out, but yeah, this is all good. So we have 35. Okay. Now he is going to attack for 29. Okay. So what's going to happen is, if this wasn't here, 29 rangers would die. But now, roughly 50% of that 29 is going to survive. So let's just say 15 plus the other 6. So maybe we're looking at roughly 21 here. And we're going to just check that the numbers do match up as well. So he's going to attack. He's going to put rubbish in. I don't know why I picked this one to actually test with. So 24, and we have got 24 there. Now he's going to attack for 36 next, which is actually going to kill us. We probably needed some defenders to get this to work. So let's go get some good, strong defender cards. Bees Lonely Defender. Let's get a few of these. And Bees Bees Protector. Okay. So we just want to, yeah, like I say, we're just trying to recreate the problem. And I don't know why I've given myself, you know, I mean, to be honest, we could just go 500. So this way we're not going to have any problems. We can do a lot of testing. And once we've recreated this problem, we're finally at the point we can zero in. We can be like, yes, here is the problem. Let's go. So 1, 2, and 3. That'll be enough for the time being. Let's go get one of these, because we do want him to do enough damage to pierce through. Right, and he's gonna enrage. Okay, so 29. We're just going to flat defend everything, so this isn't a problem for this time. So 36, we've got exactly 36 defenders, so we can even test, we can make sure this, so all the defenders should die and we should take 0 damage. Okay, now he's doing 64. So I'm just going to, you know what, the way this works as well, this is where it gets a little bit confusing, and I think we might even be able to recreate the problem, so which is a good thing. So 64 damage is dealt, right? But even though 64 is significantly more than 26, each one of these still has a 50% chance of surviving. So we're looking for about 13 Rangers to survive here. So let's see what happens. So all of that does add up. All of that does actually work, right? So we have 12 and it lines up with 12 there, which is good. I was actually kind of hoping that was going to recreate the glitch there. So I'm going to press end turn now. So yeah, we've done our damage. Now he's going to... So we still have 4 left. And we still okay, right. So I was I was genuinely hoping that was gonna create the glitch. So I'm trying to work out. So maybe now I sort of try and get some more involved. I just want to make sure we don't accidentally kill him. So now this should be again divided by 2, roughly. And all of this works. Okay. I was really hoping that was so, because I'll explain what I've done. Oh, I'm so gutted. I'm actually kind of gutted because I was hoping that problem would have resolved itself. So what I did do, I did a bit of sneaky coding when I was off stream. I like to do all my coding on stream, but what we have done here. Like, this is when when the town is taking damage, we're trying, this is basically all the code. So first of all, we work out, essentially, all of this is just trying to work out how many defenders are getting destroyed. And then this is working out, this is essentially destroying the defenders, or indeed destroying the armour of armoured defenders, right? And then it whittles it down to the amount of damage that the town is going to take. So if it's greater than 0, then we then trying to deal with well, we then check to see if we have a noble Kotu in place. If we do, brilliant, that defends it. But if not, we then work out how many Rangers are to be destroyed. Now this bit of code here, right, I'll actually quickly. So what it was, we did have int, actually no, I won't bother. So the original thing that we were going to do is this green line of code here, where it's simply the number of Rangers to destroy is the number of Rangers that we have. That was how we did it before. But now I've changed it so that the amount of damage is the mathf.minimum. So this is, we're working out the minimum of 2 numbers, or the lowest of 2 numbers. So it's either the amount of damage to the town heart, or the number of beans, whichever one is the lowest of the 2. So if, say, you have 20 Rangers and you take 10 damage, that'll be 20, that'll be 10. We're going to say we're looking to destroy 10 Rangers. This is a not particularly clever bit of code. It's a very moderate bit of code which shows the number of Kev constructs that we've got, because you can have more than 1 Kev, and it just means that you have like 2 lots of 50% chances, so to protect. So that's fine. Right, now let's have a look. Because I think what I did before was, instead of having a minimum, I just simply said number of Rangers destroyed equals damage to town heart. So don't worry, I'll green it out. But if I go Control C, Control V, and I'll green that out. It doesn't matter. This is exactly what I had before, and the reason it didn't work was because it would be trying to destroy more rangers than there were. So, like, you know, because for example, when we were fighting that boss earlier, it was doing 64 damage, and we only had 29 rangers or something like that. So it couldn't. You know, like there aren't that many rangers to destroy, and it was giving us a problem. So anyway, this bit of code here. This is what. Sorry, I'm going through it all in my head to try and work out, because I genuinely was hoping we were going to recreate the problem. So I think it might be I didn't update, get the latest version of my game. And anyway, so the problem that we had was when we had the incorrect number of rangers, it was essentially breaking the game. It was causing a soft lock. So what's happening over here is we're checking. So there's a number of booleans that we've created equal to the number of beans at the bean post. Okay, we're cycling through each one of these, and if random range 0, 1 is equal to 1, which is a 50-50 chance, we're making it true. And then we're then kind of like going through all the booleans, and so that's basically true means it survives, right? And then, so the number of rangers to destroy, we're minusing 1. And so the number that we're left with, number of rangers to destroy, is going to be the ones that didn't get that luck chance, that 50% chance, and then you destroy it. This is a game that's awfully complicated, I realise that. It's too early in the morning, but it's 1:45 in the afternoon. No, it's still too early. Right, so we have... So this is what should happen. Now, I do have a feeling that, like, because literally the bit of code that I changed was I got rid of this bit and put in this, and I think it fixed it. I mean, I done a little playtest there, and that seemingly has fixed it. But I haven't I thought I had updated it, and I thought I had fixed it. But so now what we need to do, the other problem that has occurred is when the rangers are attacking. So I'm just going to press save there, even though we haven't really changed anything. All I've done is just put this in green. But we want to work out, so the other problem is, and what I saw from a screenshot was, let's have a look. I think it might actually be in the combat script. Here we go. So combat routine, begin combat routine. So let me just find all these references. There should only be one. Oh yeah, so the way this is called in the first place, this is the end of turn routine. So this deals with all the things that are meant to happen once you've pressed end turn, and this deals with the off combat. This is the actual like close-up combat. So let's go to this definition. VVAX. Rock and roll. How's it all rocking? Wicked. Yeah, like, so I've actually, my game is actually available. I probably should actually get the link at some point, but it's on my itch. Yeah. Yeah. Cheers. I think, like, kind of, because basically I'm going to do something really fun today, or what I would consider fun. It's going to be, I'm going to properly change the whole Destiny map thing. There's going to be a whole sort of map. There's going to be a proper, like, on-screen map, which kind of has a sort of cartoon retro pixely feel to it, and I'm really excited to put it together. Let's have a think. I'll see if I can actually get the... Yeah, so somewhere, anyway, like, I haven't actually got it attached to any of my things yet, but I have got a link to my to my game if ever you want to play it. Like we're still working on one little bug, which is whenever you get a construct that's called Kev, that it has been giving us grief. I think I fixed it. I think I have fixed it. But that's what we're working on. And to be honest, as I sort of look further onto it, so what we're just trying to do now is just trying to kind of try and work out why this problem would occur. You know what? I'm going to stick with that. I think we have done that. Right, I'm looking forward to doing the next bit, which is going to be trying to make a map. So we're going to create a whole new scene, and we're going to work with that. So scenes, I think test scene. Do I want to say? No, don't need to say. Okay. And yeah, once I've done this, obviously I'm going to make a new update ready. Oh, wicked. But yeah, so hold on. I think we can just get rid of all this. I'll get rid of that one. Yeah, because this is all stuff that I made in the scene. So this is pretty much everything we need. Actually, you know what? I'm going to create a whole new scene. So let me just try and work something out. Yeah. Create scene, and we'll call it test map. So first of all, I always want to make this a black background so I can sort of visualize it a lot easier. Right, rock and roll. Okay, so I am going to do something a little bit bizarre and a little bit odd. So first of all, we're going to create a 2D object sprite square, okay? And I need to find the resources over here, sprites, and I did put them into my, or maybe I didn't actually drag them in yet. Let's just double check. I can't remember if I've done it. Oh, is it? It's not town sprites, is it? No. Right. So yeah, I've got some sprites which I'm looking to put in, and if you were to look at it, you'd be like, "Oh, whoa, this is a crazy man. What is he talking about?" So I'll put this, bring this over here, and now I've got to remember where I've put everything. This is awful. In fact, I've got a better idea. If I open Asseprite, there's a cheeky little thing that I can do where I can go File, Open Recent, and we've got. Yes, okay. So what have I done here? If you look right at the bottom here are loads and loads of different map sprites. These are bits which we're going to put together, and there's actually, in fact, exactly. Well, you won't see it there, but it's 256. Okay. And what are we going to do with that? In fact, I just got to work out exactly where it's actually saved to. So we've got it saved. Land. Okay, land. So we did have it. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. We might even have it here. No, but that's okay. Just going to create another one. Create a folder. I'll find that I've probably dragged it on already, but we'll call this. I'm just going to call this map stuff, and I'm going to create a folder within here called land, and now I think we've actually got the location of it now. So land, each tile, yeah. So over here, I've got a bunch of tiles in a very specific order. Right, and it'll make sense in a little while. So we've got all of this, and we're going to chuck all of this into here. Right, so we've got it all here, and we're going to make all the tiles. And I've got to remember, I think the bigger this number is, the smaller the things are. So 256, point filter, none, and apply. This might just take a second or so. And I'm going to give this a name. First of all, we're going to give him just this one here. Let's have a look. Oh, that does seem awfully small, doesn't it? Maybe that's a bit too small. I think if we change all this to 64, then we'll make it hopefully 4 times bigger. Apply. Right. Yeah, that seems a bit better. Okay, so this is going to be a good sort of fun plan. So now I'm going to rename this to map tile. Okay, map tile game object. Now this is actually not going to have any code to it because we're going to make quite a few of them and it's going to get expensive. Yeah, okay. So now that we've got this, I'm going to add this to our prefabs, which I'm just going to say. So we have actually got map stuff here. I'll create a new folder. I'll have map tile stuff. I'm going to put this bad boy in here. Right. So I'm so excited. This hopefully will pay off. This will be brilliant when it actually finally works. Like I say, this is going to take me. This is going to work over a few. This is gonna. I might not be able to get all of this done today, but I'm going to see how much I can get done. So. So what we're going to do, we're going to create an empty, and I'm just going to have test map maker master go. It's probably quite a long-winded name, but that's okay. So we're going to have a script, map script. I'm going to create a new C# script, and I'll call it map test script. I've always got to be careful that I'm not treading over my toes and I come up with a script name that I've already come up with, because that leads to an awful lot of problems. And we're going to give this bad boy this script. Okay, so let's go get rid of all this. Okay. It's almost what I want to do, but I'm not going to... I mean, that's good. No, we don't actually necessarily need to do this. We don't need this. So, first of all, let's just think of all the things that we're going to want. First of all, I think I'm going to want a public SR. Oh, I do apologise. I'm just going to be 1 second. Okay, apologies for that. Just had to quickly answer a phone call. Right, so public. So we are going to make an array of sprite renderers. Yeah, that should be easy. So public sprite renderer, and it's going to be an array, and it's actually going to be a 2-dimensional array. Oh, it's called sprite renderer. And we'll call this map tile SRs. Okay. And I have been trying to do the maths of it, and I think 16 by 16 probably makes the most sense. But like I say, this is all going to be experimenting for the time being. So public int map tile ints. Okay, and yeah, don't worry, the payoff is going to be huge. It's going to be brilliant when everything finally comes together. But we're going to sort of work towards there. We also want and I'll keep it public for the time being, public game object map tile go. And we can actually I'm just going to quickly save that. There's a little thing that I just want to experiment with. So, unless I'm mistaken, Control D. It looks like, and I think I've done this maths intentionally, it looks like for each like one unit, so these boxes, each one of these boxes indicate one unit, we can fit in essentially 4 of these map tiles. That does play relevance to what we're going for, which I'll explain. So first of all, we're going to have void awake map tile go equals resources.load game object, and then we just want to quickly find the root. And bear in mind, we haven't put any code onto this map tile, and that is very intentional. I'm using energy drink because I was really tired this morning and I need to just stay pumped. Okay, right. I'm normally a coffee man, but I thought I was going to treat myself. So map tile stuff is this stuff here. So copy path, chuck this bad boy in here. So, and what we're going to do first is let's have a look. So we've got access to this, and I'm going to have void start, and I'm going to have a public void create basic map. And like I say, we're going to get there step by step. So so let me just try and work this out. So it doesn't even need to be a function per se. We're just going to have map tile SRs equals new sprite renderer, and we're going to make it 16 by 16. Okay, and then for int I equals 0, I less than map tile SRs dot get length 0. I plus for yes, okay. And then once I've put all this in, I'll explain roughly what I'm going for. Okay, so what I'm actually doing here, I'm doing a for loop going through every, I think that's the x coordinate, and that, yeah, so it's going through, cycling through all of this. So for every 16 we're going through, yeah, we're essentially, like, by doing this will mean that we've got access to every single one of these sprite renderers that we've made. Okay, so I'm going to have map tile SRs I, j equals instantiate map tile go at a float. Oh no, sorry, I need to do a vector. So actually, we can just make it like a lot easier for ourselves for the time being. Vector 3, I, j, and then quaternion dot identity dot get component sprite renderer. Okay, so what is all this doing? I'm basically instantiating, I'm creating a bunch of these map tiles in a sort of grid-like format. So we can actually, let's give that a shot. Let's start straight away. So create map. Yeah. And so this isn't, it's still, there's going to be nothing elegant about what we're going to see at the moment, but I just want to just check that this works. And then we're going to do a lot of fun stuff. So we can actually now that we've created this, we can get rid of that. We've attached this. So ideally, we're going to have 256, which is exactly what we've got here. Beautiful. Right. So now we want to squeeze all of these so that they're half. So it's actually going to be float of I over 2.0 f, and then we're going to have float of j over 2.0 f. All right. And so that's just checking. That's going to basically squeeze everything down so that all the tiles are going to look close. They're going to get close to each other. Right, so let's just see if this works. Perfect. So if I press pause, this is very, very vaguely what we're looking for. But I'm now going to do something which won't make an awful lot of sense. But yeah, this is just purely so that we can kind of have a little bit of fun. So we've instantiated all of these. What we'll also need is public, and we'll keep it public, sprites. Map. We'll just call it land sprites. And now we're also going to have land sprites equals resources, and we're going to get access to all of our land sprites basically. Resources dot load all sprites, and then we're just going to quickly work out where the where we're keeping all our land sprites. So I think it'll be in sprites, map stuff, land, this one. So copy this path, Control V. Okay. All right. So now, you see I created these tile map ints earlier. So I'm going to have map tile ints equals new int, and that's going to also be 16 by 16. And we can always make this bigger. I'm just using 16 by 16 to see if it sort of fits, if it works with what I'm trying to go for. And the more I think about it, the more I think it probably does need to be a bit bigger than this, but we'll cross that bridge a bit later. So now I'm going to have I'm going to copy quite a lot of this code, except for I'm going to change Control C, Control V, and if random dot range is between 0 and say 3 is less than or equal to 2, then map tile ints I, j equals 1, else that equals 0. Okay, so when we're actually creating all of these map tiles, we're also going to have so we've created an integer, so we're making roughly 2/3 of the map tile ints equal 1 and the other third equals 0. At the moment that's not linking to anything, but this will make sense shortly. So now about here we want to have a switch statement, switch map tile ints I, j, case 0, map tile srs I, j dot sprite equals null, break, and we can actually just copy this. Right. Oh yay, Gliss, wicked! Have you seen your new thing? Hold on. Yeah, if I do that. Yeah. Like yeah, there's a yeah, I thought I'd put the Gliss Zerka as one of the emotes. I've got a few emotes now. But anyway, how's it going, Gliss? Today we're creating like basically the Destiny map has been a thorn in my side for a long period of time, and I've wanted to make it better. And I've suddenly come up with a kind of quasi idea as to how I can do that. And that's what we're kind of working on. Yes. I've also just got where is it? Oh yeah, this one. It's a little small, but I've got it's a sort of it's a walking beam. Right. So anyway, here we're going to have land sprites 0. Okay. Right. So what this should do is, again, there's going to be nothing fun or elegant about what we're going to see as a result, but this is roughly what the map is looking at the moment. That didn't quite work. I must have missed something. Let's have a look. Let's try and work out why that didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. All of this looks like it should do the thing. But yeah, so ideally I want to have a full map where you kind of move from one island to the next and unlock and kind of go through the adventure that way, so it feels a little bit more interactive, and it just looks better than what it currently does look like, because it looks bad at the moment. I'm not even going to try and hide away. But yeah, and I don't know if you've heard, my game is available on the on itch.io. I can put the link out in a bit. There still is a couple of things that I'm trying to sort of iron out, but yeah, it's looking pretty good at the moment. Right, so why did that not work? That's a very interesting thing. Let's try and work out. So let me just press play again, just try and work out exactly where I've gone wrong. So if I go into here, yeah, we've got all the tiles there. And yeah, because what I kind of want to do is yeah, we've got to try and work out, because I want to I essentially want to kind of like have it randomized so that some land is on, some land isn't. And that's what we're essentially working on. I'm trying to work out why this is giving me grief. I have no idea. So I'm just going to have at the bottom over here. Oh, of course I know why this is a problem. That needs to be a 1. Okay, alright. So here's where it gets a bit confusing. When we're doing a random range of 0 and 3, that's basically, ignore the fact that it says 3 there. That's basically saying it's going to pick a random number that is either 0, 1 or 2, right? That is, you know, logically it does make sense once you've done it for a while. And what I was doing is, I was saying if it's 2 or less, it's going to be 1. Whereas that actually, if it's 2 or less, that literally covers every outcome. So it's saying if it randomly hits either 1, 2 or 3, or no, 0, 1 or 2 on a dice that only has 0, 1 or 2. Anyway, that should fix it. So now we're kind of back in business. Let's have a look. Right. Okay, that is roughly what I was looking for. So you can see roughly a third of the land isn't there. Okay, right, so what we're going to do now is something that I would consider absolute ingenious, but we are going to have tiles that, let me just have one very quick look at this. Yes, okay, oh brilliant, okay, right, this is going to be one of those times where, okay, on an unrelated note, Angela Lansbury passed away. I mean, she was 96, but she did Murder, She Wrote. Now, quite a lot of the times in my stream, I do refer to Murder, She Wrote with the music in the background while I'm typing. So I'm going to do something which, in my opinion, is brilliant. It's probably not that impressive. I think lots of other people are going to be like, yeah, we've all done this. we all feel like this all the time. No, but I'm going to do something which I think is going to be pretty cool, right? Where we have that land, we're going to work on ways of making it so that I'm going to just do it one more time, so that the land actually connects up, right? Now, when you saw my big array of all these lands, they're actually numbered in a very, very specific order, right? So we have got 256 land tiles here, and they are all in that number for a very, very specific reason. And it's partly using binary so that I can get through it. So don't worry, you don't need to worry too much. I'm going to start putting it together, and it will be, hopefully it'll be great. So we're going to create another function, public int, public bool is tile occupied. Okay, and we're going to have int I, comma, int j. Alright, so if I is less than 0, then return false. If j is less than 0, return false. Yeah, like I say, none of this is going to make an awful lot of sense, but hopefully soon you can just, yeah, as I say, just be thinking, oh yeah, I reckon we're currently at 13:16, that's the time shown. I reckon by maybe in sort of half an hour-ish, I'm going to be doing lots of little things like this, and then suddenly you'll be like a boom, whoa, that looks amazing, that's incredible. So yeah, but we'll get there. If I is greater or equal to tile map tile ints dot get length yeah, return false, and kind of the same again. If j is greater than equal to that. So at the moment, all we've got is we're essentially, what this code here is designed to do is to, like, if we actually have a random array, so we've got 16 by 16 like numbers here, but if we're trying to check, say, what is -110 or something, it would be like a -1. Oh, there's nothing there, but you know, it's here to sort of catch all of this out. So I could have just done this in one big if statement, but I'd rather keep it separate so that we can know exactly where we're going. So this is just purely here to find out if a tile is occupied. So now this is going through this system. So now that we've done this, we can now say if map tile ints I, j is equal to 1, return true. Else return false. Okay. Right, don't worry, this will all make sense. Okay, so now this is where we're going to have this is going to be a really clever code, which I'm quite proud of, because I've come up with something similar to this like a year ago or so, but I'm going to do a slightly more evolved version. So we're going to have public int get sprite int. Get sprite in, that should be fine. Okay, so int I, int j. I'm making them capitalized, they don't have to be capital. Get sprite int. So now yeah, this is where you're going to be like, what is going on here? But it will make sense. Trust me. Right. So if I -1. Oh yeah, hold on. So if is tile occupied I, j, and we're going to have int sprite int equals 0. If this tile is occupied, sprite int plus equals 16. What is it going? Why 16? But this doesn't make any sense at all. Int -1 sprite int plus equals 16. Okay. Control V. And so I'm cycling around. So from the left up, right down. So up would be j plus 1. And that's going to be 32. See, none of this is going to make any sense, but it will make sense eventually. And I'd love to be like why have you come up with this complicated system? And it's mainly because I couldn't really, in my brain, I couldn't think of a better system. But yeah, this does help with knowledge of like how sort of binary code works, this does make an awful lot of sense. Right. Okay. Right, now we're going to have a look at this one. So -1 +1, that will be there. Okay. So what we're essentially doing is we're looking at a tile and then working out what image each individual tile is going to be, dependent on what is the tile around it. Because obviously we want the land to connect. How cool will this be if it just works first time? I don't know. I'm feeling moderately confident. Sprite int equals that. Control C, Control V. So I +1 is in that corner. That's fine. So that's going to be +2. That will be, so the bottom right one there, sorry, I'm trying to work it out. It will be +1 along and then -1. +1, -1. And that will be +4. And then and this one will be -1 along and -1. -1, and that'll be +8. Okay. And we're going to have return sprite. Okay. Okay, right. So, let's see. So what we've done, first of all, we've just had a random, we've had 2/3 of the whole map being land and 1/3 being, well, not land. I have actually got a little watery sprite to go on the underside, which I'll do in a little bit. So now that we've kind of done that, this bit here is saying all the ones that are number 1, which is land. In fact, I could even do a little thing here, land. And another one here saying not land. That's fine. So it's finding out all the ones that are not land, and it's going to turn them into null. And all the ones that are land, it's going to give it the basic land sprite. But we can actually do something like indubitably clever. Right, instead of actually just giving it land sprite 0, we're going to have we're going to call upon get sprite int I, j. Okay, so we're actually now trying to work out exactly what sprite int we're trying to get. So now there is a chance this is going to work first time. I'll be so happy. So the idea is, if I would like to find it so that I can probably try and explain slightly better. Let's have a look. So it's not there. Land. I think it might be this one. Right, yeah. So here's where, again, it looks like a mad person. But if I just kind of go to here, what we're actually looking at is a grid, right? From where basically this bottom right one has land all around it, right? So if you actually look, this tile here, this will make life a lot easier if I have grid, show grid, right? So this particular tile has land all around it. This one has land everywhere but that top left corner. And I've used a sort of binary system so that this one has all of these top ones have lands in either quarter. Anyway, that's roughly what I've been going for. So, right. I do realise that this won't make any sense. What I'm going to do, I'm going to press play and see if this works. All right. We'll probably get an error code. Oh my gosh, look at that. Right, okay. So so if we actually look, can you see how all the land is actually connected to each other? That worked a lot better than I thought it was going to. I thought this was going to take quite a lot of trial and error. Okay, so with that knowledge in mind, we can now, let's just experiment with making a slightly bigger landmass and see, like, because I want to see if it's going to take too much sort of processing power. So instead of it being 16 by 16, maybe 32 by 32. So instead, I'm just going to have a public int x size. No, hold on. Width of map and public int height of map. Okay, all right, and here we're going to have width of map, and here it's going to be height of map, Now obviously when we're making a map, we're not just going to have random tiles on and off, but like now we can actually do a bit of an experiment. So let's go. Yeah, this is actually I thought there was going to be a bit more trial and error. So let's say this might, like I say, I do apologise if the whole stream like freezes to a halt. Then apologies. I think 50 by 50, so this is going to be a big old map that we're looking to make. Let's hope this all works. So let's give this a try. Yeah, I didn't take any time at all. So this is like a very sort of basic sample map, but the important thing, which is like I say, all I can say, it's very actually difficult to do, is where like each one of these tiles, it's like changed to one of these sprites here, dependent on, it basically looks for all of the sprites around it to try and work out what shape it's going to be. And there's no real I suppose, yeah, that looks a little bit weird, but yeah, there's no real problem. So let's just say 50 by 50. I'm going to start now trying to work out a way of creating an actual, like, turning the Destiny map into something that uses this sort of uses this system. Okay, so what I think we should do is, let's try and work out where would be a good place to start. So I think somewhere in, so what number is this right now? So it's where the Y is, if I was to just go 22. Yeah, okay. So we now actually have the technology. All of this was so that we can now actually keep all the map, you know, it's like all the map tiles make sense. So now that we've done that, we're going to actually start working on creating a real sort of map. So let's just say it's 50 by 50. I think we're going to need roughly 5 by 5 tiles for each island. It's not as though they're all going to take up 5 by 5, but we want to have that much space in between each one, and then we want the map to kind of like go at the top and then sort of down and around and stuff, is the plan. Okay, how do we do that? So first of all, we're going to work on creating just a bunch of islands that are slightly randomized. That would be a good start. So so we can close all of this, and let's have a look. So I believe, actually, maybe would it make sense? I mean, From an actual, for the point of ease, it would make sense if you started at the bottom left map and you kind of wormed your way up to the top. And I think it would actually make it easier to code, because we'd have to worry less about like minusing numbers and stuff. So I'm actually going to, I think what we need to do first is, yeah, we've just got to work out our ways of doing this. So what I kind of want to do is just have essentially 25, because it should really be 30. So let's actually make it so that the height is, we're going to have the height, I believe, as 60. And we want, yeah, so I'm trying to sort of do the maths in my head. Because once we've created this map, we can then actually start turning it into, yeah, so how much space do we get for each sort of, like for each sort of island, where we can either fight an enemy, upgrade a card, we can do a bunch of stuff on each island, and we sort of travel from one to the next. Let me just do a little bit of maths here. Yeah, that's 10 by 10. Okay, right. So we kind of want we want a bunch of 5 by 5 islands. Okay, so how would we do that? So this is our basic stuff. I'm going to create a whole new script here, but we'll keep a lot of this stuff. Public void create destiny map. Okay, so we won't do this here. We're going to keep a lot of the other stuff the same. But if... Oh, actually, Okay. So what we can actually do is just go, instead of I++, I plus equals 5. Plus equals 5, and we'll start off at 5 and 5, and we're just going to simply put one tile. So ideally we're going to have a bunch of islands that are going to just like a bunch of teeny islands on a big grid. It's going to look a bit ridiculous, but this will be a good way to start. And we just want to have this bit of code here. So let's see if this gets what we're looking to do. Right, so we've saved that. So we're hoping to have... Oh no, I haven't actually changed it yet. So this will be create destiny map. Yep, okay. So now we're just looking to have just loads of tiny single islands dotted very evenly around the whole map. Let's see if this works. Let's have a look. That is perfect. I've got to work out, actually, let's just do a quick maths as to how many that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's 9 by about 11, that's 99. That's significantly more than we need. So we can actually have destiny map. I think we can actually have it a lot more spaced out. So it starts off. No, it should still start off at 5. But that plus equals 10 each time. Okay. Right. And then we're going to make the islands bigger. So that is, so what we're roughly looking to do is, as the game progresses, you start off here and you're going to move from island to island, and that is 5 by 6, which is the perfect number. That gives us 30 essentially places to go to actually progress. Admittedly, yeah, like I say, some of them are going to be like upgrade a card, some of them are going to be fighting a monster, but this is actually a good place to start. Now we want to make sure that now I've got to do the maths. We want to make these sort of a 5 by 5 grid, or no, yeah, no, just a 3 by 3 grid around it. So so what we can do here is, let's see, there will be an easier way of doing this, I'm sure. So we want to, let's just do the slightly long-winded way. Control C. So I minus 1, I minus 1 plus 1, J plus 1 plus 1, J plus 1, J plus 1, J plus 1, I minus 1. So we're essentially just trying to circle around all of these. So, and it should be 9 in total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, we're getting there. Now that is just I minus 1. This will be I minus 1, J minus 1. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. This will make sense in the end. Okay. And I'm going to cut this down into making more sense in a little while. So what this should ideally do is make each island, instead of it being one single tile, it's going to be a 3 by 3 tile. So, oh, that is not quite what I was after, but close. Let's have a look. Let's try and work out why that hasn't done the thing that I want it to do. Let's just have a look at the code. Let's see what I've done wrong. Yeah, I see. It's because I've done some of this wrong. So minus 1. Yeah, because what basically what I'm doing is I'm essentially drawing a grid, and I'm trying to work out how to actually get to each one. So I minus 1, I minus 1 plus J, I plus J, I plus 1 plus 1J. Oh yes, I think this one here is plus 1 there, and this one is plus 1 plus 1J, then I think that's just I minus j minus 1. No, hold on, not quite. Yeah, it does require. I mean, there's got to be an easier way of drawing this. What I should do really is I should have a specific function. So we're going to have public int. It's going to return an array of ints, and this will be get tiles around a particular tile, a specific tile, and then that will be yeah, beautiful. Right, so what now? This actually makes life a bit easier now. So int returning ints equals new int. It's not actually new int 8, because there's 8. Essentially, you have one tile and then there's 8 tiles around it, and then we're just going to have at the bottom here returning ints. Oh no, this still doesn't quite work, does it? Actually, no. Instead of it being get tiles, it's just going to be a public void make tiles around this occupied. Okay, right, fantastic. Okay, so I don't think we need any of that. So it's actually easier if I do my other method. We're going to go back to, we're going to do something very similar to what we've done here. No, not here. Get the sprite in. It's going to be something similar to this, but we'll get to that. So, we're going to have if is tile occupied ij. In fact, we can copy a lot of this stuff here. Control C, Control V. So then, so if the tile is occupied, then I'm thinking of all the corners I can cut here. I'm going to actually have Control C, Control V. We're going to have make tile occupied. Okay, so if this is true here, we're just going to have at the end there map tile ints I, j equals 1. Okay, so there's no we're not actually returning a boolean. So in fact, let's go still make that. We'll still make it a boolean. Because it doesn't do any harm not to. return true. And it saves me a lot of work. Okay, so this is looking good. Right, fantastic. So this is going to make the tile occupied. So so instead of it, we're just going to have make tile occupied. And we don't actually, all we really need is, we can get rid of quite a lot of this stuff here. So I'm trying to work out what the easiest way of doing this is now. Essentially, Control C, P. So yeah, we just got to do a little bit of clearing. Yeah, I think this is the quickest way. So this will essentially give us a basic idea for an island. We don't need any of that. Okay, so now we've got this function here, which we have one spot, and then we make other tiles around it occupied. Okay, so we don't need any of this. So now we just want to have make tiles around this occupied. So hopefully now, like I say, we're getting there step by step. We should be having a group of 30 3x3 islands. Let's see if that works. Okay, I think this is it. I think this works. Okay, yes, looks good. Okay, absolutely fine. Right. So I think, yeah, this is okay. So now we want to it's like, I know, it's like you've done all of that and that was the payoff. That really doesn't feel awfully great, but that's okay. So what we're going to do next, now how do we make now there's got to be, oh, there is an easy way, there is a good way. So what we're kind of looking to do now, oh, and I remember I came up with a system, because if we wanted a way to make the islands, like as in if we wanted to make another layer around that, then it gets a little bit more confusing. But let me just tidy this up while I'm trying to work out my next move. Because I want to just see how big we can get each one, so that there's still obviously space in between each thing. Okay. Actually, what we kind of want to do now, let me just have another quick look. Oh, Lekia! Oh, rock and roll! How's it all? How's it all going? Oh, yeah! Awesome! Oh, very welcome, all the raiders. I am. I'll give actually. I'll tell you what. I haven't done a sort of preview of the game at the moment. I'll explain the sort of situation that we're kind of up against. So scenes. If I go into main game, yes, we're going to save that. I'm making a yeah. Ah, awesome. Oh yes, right. So tomorrow is the big day, isn't it? Oh yes, that's when it's coming out. And how are you feeling? Oh yeah, so me myself, I am doing really well. I have I'm probably drinking an unhealthy amount of energy drinks right now. But it's more like I've come up with a really good idea of how to create a whole new map system. So anyway, so the actual game at the moment is working well. We had a little bit of a problem that we're still trying to sort of work our way through. But what I will do, I'll see if I can do this. Exit game. Oh no, yeah, exit game. I actually meant to say exit to title. So if we go into the title scene, the slight problem that we've got is. Let's have a look. Okay, I thought there was going to be an error message there. We're okay. We're okay. Is what we're working on today is if I. That's. Oh yes, yeah, this is fine. I want to make this whole map just look better, right? Because at the moment this seems very generic, it's very boring, it's very grey. And I've come up with an idea for a system. So tomorrow's a big day, I'm feeling a little nervous. Got a few bits of polish, but I found that it's pretty much... Oh yes, awesome. I'll tell you one thing, right? Sorry, by the way, the game that we're referring to... let's have a look. I'll see. I'm trying to work out if I can find it. Oh yeah. So yeah, this is the game that we're looking about talking about. It's like when you actually play it is such a fun, satisfying game to actually play. It's called Wormhole Adventurer, and like it's one of those where kind of like there's a sort of a slow build where you're building up your ship, you're trying to mine, and it's and like I also need to actually take some notes because my trailer that I made hasn't been absolutely great. But yeah, this game is. Like I'm going to actually like I'm working tomorrow, but probably when I get back home from work, I'm going to have a proper sesh of this because yeah, it genuinely does look a lot of fun. I would thoroughly recommend it. But yeah, so it's out tomorrow. I saw you fixing a few bugs the other day, but yeah, like I'm absolutely loving the look of it. Can't wait. Right, yeah, very much. Also, Lakey, I'd recommend following that guy. Really, really cool guy. Right, right. Anyway, so miles away. So what we're trying to do at the moment is we are trying to make the map just look better, just feel better. And what I have done in this test map scene, I kind of want to create. If I go pause. I kind of want to create some sort of grid of like 5x6 islands where we put all the things on it that we want, and the idea is you move from one island to the next so you can kind of get an idea. Oh yeah, oh fair play, yeah. Still putting more things in the last day. I like it, I like that feeling. Oh, awesome. So what we're trying to work out at the moment is we want to have this is basically what it's going to look like, and the camera is going to kind of like pan in on this, but you were able to sort of like zoom out to have a look at what everything's going to kind of look like, and you're going to have a little character that starts off here, and you kind of move over to the next island, choose one of the things that you want to do, and then like move over, and you're going to kind of worm your way up to the top where like the main boss at the end is going to be there. I just feel like, because the Destiny map at the moment just feels so grey, that I feel like I need to make a better looking version of it, really. So what we're kind of working on now is getting... I kind of want to make each generic island just maybe... At the moment it's 3x3, but we'll try and make it 5x5. There's not actually a super easy way of doing this, but I have got a technique which I learned years ago, which is going to be... let's try and work out exactly how we're going to do this. So, trying to work out. No, yeah, got it. Everything's fine. Okay, so we're going to have int public int range x range 1. This is going to be a variable, and public int y range 1, and C 2 and 2. Okay. So yeah, so this, like, there'll be, this will make sense in a little while. I'm going to have a little function here. We can actually do it upon awake, so I'll keep it here. So public void set x, y ranges. Yeah. Oh. Right, yeah, I think there was something really nice, because I was watching like Nakia's stream a little while ago, like playing from the beginning, and you have this quite weak ship that's got like one laser and some shields, and you're sort of slowly building it over time, so you've got like 2 lasers, way stronger shields, you could hold a lot more, and it's just that sort of like proper sort of sense of progression. I just loved it. So we're going to have a function here, set xy ranges, sets xy ranges. Okay, so x range 1 equals new int, and that will be 8, and x and y range 1 equals new int x. Okay. So what we actually need to do is just line up each one. So x range 1 0 equals, and I've got to kind of do them side by side. So equals, I think, -1. Y range 1 equals 0, and I'm actually going to put 2 zeros there for good reason. Oh, does that? Are you not allowed to do that? Ah, what? Oh no, that's just because of that. Okay, that's fine. So we're essentially coupling up each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I guess we'll number all of these. So this will essentially make it a lot easier to work out all the way around it. This will make sense eventually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So what we're actually essentially trying to do, I can probably even illustrate this in a little grid. So we've got a little grid of 9, and if we've got this one here, we're trying to work out what is the actual coordinates of all the ones around it. And we're starting from the left and going all the way round. So this one, it will be x minus 1 and y plus 0. It doesn't matter, y is equal to 0. And then this will be x minus 1, y plus 1. And we're essentially just cycling our way round it. So with this actual little illustration that I put... Oh yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, that'd be really cool. So we've worked out there's a bit of a glitch with if ever you get a construct that's called Kevin, it's designed to help like your rangers become more survivable, but you might run into problems. And I think I'm not sure if it's been fixed yet. I don't know, because I tried to recreate the problem and I think I'd fixed it, but I don't know. Yeah, like you might actually need to delete the current version. Ah, yes. Cool. Thanks for the alert, man. But you might have to delete the current version to get, because I updated it recently, and yeah. GK Matt. Wicked. Right, what is going on? Right, we are working on creating a map for the Destiny map. I always wanted it to be a map, like, because I don't know if anyone else agrees with me here, but if you actually consider the game Super Mario World, like one of my favourite things in life is looking at the map in Super Mario World. For a long period of time on my phone, I just had a full kind of like scale map, full scale map on my like iPhone wallpaper. I was just like, this is just the best thing ever. And if I'm working essentially on creating a map, not obviously the same as that, but I just love the feel of that, and that's what we're kind of working on at the moment. It turns out there's quite a lot of technical stuff that that involves going in on it. So plus one. I wonder if I can. Oh, actually, no, I can't. I've just got to have. Yeah. That one there. So we're kind of like working out like tiles. So if we wanted to get a range of something, this is what we're kind of working on. So at the moment it's -1 0. That is -1 plus 1. This is 0 plus 1. So and that will be 1. This one is 1 1. Oh, nice. Awesome. Oh, wicked. Sorry. Okay, Gliss. Right, so this is one of the issues that we're definitely going to have to address at some point down the line, because the fact that it's a town, unless you're thinking of that film that came out several years ago, that was brilliant, but kind of ridiculous at the same time, where there are towns that can suddenly construct into almost like Transformer-like beings where they can move. This game doesn't quite make that much sense, but I've decided, like when I'm actually putting together my actual cutscenes, I will address this, and it's going to be so poorly addressed. It'll be like town moves, town turns into a thing and then moves. Yep, town moves. But how does it, how can we never see that? I want to kind of like address it, but like in the worst possible way. Yeah. Yes, Mortal, that sounds about right. Mortal Engines. Yes. And like, I mean, by the way, I've got to say, if ever you're just after an enjoyable film, Mortal Engines, just enjoy it for what it is. It's a brilliant film. Right. So one. That is, I want to just have a quick look. So that's 0 along and 1 up. This one here is 1 and 1. This one here is 1 0. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, 1 0. This one here is 1 minus 1. That one is 0 minus 1. Minus 1. And over here it's -1 minus 1. There's probably an easier way of doing this, but that's it. Oh yeah. Now, GK Matt, you got to remind me, what sort of game is it that you're making? Because I'm happy to sort of have a little shout out and stuff. Right. So now that we've done this, we've got to do the same. So how many would it actually be? So it would be 5 plus 5 plus, so it'd be 16. So 16 is like the outer rim. So I think that's right, isn't it? So it'd be so range 2 would be 16 by 16. Oh yes. Yeah. Actually, like actually making sort of proper map tiles. That is actually a proper skill in and of itself. Like the thing which a lot of people won't be able to fully appreciate it. In fact, I'm going to quickly see if I can show something off. It's mainly just so people know what's going on in my brain when I do this. So at the moment, you're probably seeing this map tile thinking it's not that clever. This is like a 3x3 tile. Now the reason that this is a lot sort of smarter than you realise is because there's actually has to be, in many respects, 256 different tiles. Because what if it's not just a matter of if it's connected left or right? Should there be a gap there? So for each tile, it's having to sort of compensate for that. Which means that essentially every tile will have to check every single direction around it. Every single like tile around it. So that's all 8. And if you think 8 in sort of binary, sort of like 8 booleans will mean there's 256 different combinations. But the easier method is to just have 16 tiles where you're not actually having to worry too much about the ones in the corner. But because this one knows that this one is occupied, that means this corner of the tile here we know to colour in. This is why, like, because when I was putting the map tile together a little while ago, I actually thought, you know what, even though this is going to hurt my brain to try and do it, I need to deal with every single combination. Right. Anyway, so we've got to work out. Oh yeah. So why is this? Trying to work out what the. So yeah. So actually, with this, I just want to check to see if we can actually see this. I'll just scroll to the top. Test map. So X range. Yeah, we have got all of these. Okay, that's fine. So this one, hopefully, I can just sort of skittle by. This shouldn't be too hard. We're just going to Control C, Control V. 2, and I kind of want to, just so I can sort of illustrate it slightly better, Control C, Control V, right, I know I could be copying and pasting a bit more here, and I kind of want this to just be, say, just to indicate that's the central spot. So -2, and we're essentially looking to fill in all 16. So it's going to start all the way from the left and work its way around. Because I have tried to work out if there's like an easy sort of function which can do all of this, and it's not quite as simple as you would think. So anyway, right, that's fine. Control C. So we're looking to Control C. Yeah, so 1. Yeah, so that should all be all good. So -2, -2, -2. Let's just work on the X because that'll make life a lot easier. So -2, -2, -2. -1, 0, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. That one should be 1, 0. Yeah, again, looking like a little bit of a madman here, but this does make sense in my head. -1, -2, -2. Okay, that was actually a lot faster. So yeah, and this will make sense. Yeah, like I say, it'll make sense eventually. So now we're looking at the y value. So that is 0, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. -2, -2, -2, -2, -2. So 2 more -2s. I'm sure it's like I'm sure he's got a plan. He must have a plan. He must be working on something. Okay. I believe that's all we need. Okay. So now that we've got all of this, we can have make tiles around this occupied. We can clean this up now. We can have 4. Oh yeah, of course, 4. And if you press tab twice, yeah, int I equals nor I less than that. That's brilliant. We can actually just have make tile occupied x range 1 I comma y range 1 I okay, that needs to be x range 1 dot length. So this actually, yeah, so in theory, if I just quickly get rid of all this. Now I want to just check that this does actually cover everything and see if we've got any misses here. So now we're going to make all the tiles around. So I just want to check. Right, we've clearly run into a bit of a problem. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, I see. I know what the problem is. It's actually make tiles occupied. That I plus, and then that's going to be J plus. I think we're still onto something. I think this is still a winner, right? So this should hopefully cycle round and essentially do exactly the thing that we've created. Right. So now we're looking to make one layer bigger as well. So now we just do exactly the same again. Control C, Control V. Except for this will be X range 2. It could be X range or Y range here. This is essentially trying to make something, trying to sort of turn something 2D into 1D, which gets a bit confusing. But now we can get rid of this. So now each basic island should be 5 by 5 tiles. If my calculations are correct, let's give this a try. All right, let's have a look. What have I done wrong? Let me see what I've done. Let me have another quick look as to what actually came up, and then try and work out why this didn't work. So we're definitely getting closer. For whatever reason, all it's done is just make this one occupied and none of the others. I can't really work out why, but let's go have some fun, try and work out why. So make tile occupied. Oh, I love it. Right, now, annoyingly, I need to go to the toilet, but I'm getting close to... I'll be right back, just 2 mins. And we're going to just try and work out exactly why this is the case. Let's go just ponder on this. I'll be right back. Right, let's rock. Okay, right, we're trying to work out why it hasn't quite worked, because what we want to happen was for it to suddenly just be a 5x5 island, and yet all of them have have decided only to do that one particular tile. So, but we want it to be the full 16 surrounding it. So let's try and work out why that is the case. So make tile occupied. So that should be what I kind of want to do is have a little debug here. That's it. Oh, debug.log, sorry. .log. And we're just going to check that this number does go from 0 up to 16. So we're hoping to see quite literally like 50 by 60, which is quite a high number. We're going to see the number from 0 to 16 happen about 1 million times. Sorry, 0 to 16. And I wonder if we can do... it collapse. It's only checking one thing. Okay. So, so yeah, there's 30 islands. It has gone through the whole thing 30 times. So, let me have another quick look, because I think I have an idea what it could be. But we're just trying to essentially narrow things down here. So over here, we've got X range. Ah, okay, all right. Ah, wait a sec. I know what it is. Don't worry, relax, everyone. I got this covered. So what we have just assigned the same one over and over. So we need to number these ones up to 16. So I'm going to actually go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, there's got to be an easier way of doing this. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And right, can I be really, really sneaky here? So first of all, I need to do a little hold Alt. Oh, by the way, when I learned the concept of holding Alt so I can actually affect everything here, right, we've done that. Now I'm going to hold Alt so I can select specifically this, go Control C, and then put all of this in here and Control V. Let's go. Okay, all right, I'm pretty sure this is going to solve it now. Right, yes, okay, good. We now have a bunch of 5x5 islands, which is roughly what we're looking for. And, okay, right. So now, to make each island just feel a little bit sort of randomish, what I kind of want to do is have this might take a little while to do, but we have X range 1 and X range 2, so they're always going to be, it's always going to be at least a 5x5 island, but I want to have around this edge have a kind of 2/3%, or no, 2/3 chance of it being a land tile, so the land is just going to look a little bit like irregular, and around the layer after that we're going to have a like maybe a 1/3. So each island is going to look a little bit slightly randomized. It's going to be a kind of random shape, and it will have like tiny islands coming off of it, maybe. So how do we do that? Now, is there actually going to be a quicker way of me doing this? I don't know if there is. If not, then because there is kind of a way that we could do this. Let me just try and work this out. Because what I'll have to do essentially the range 3, which will be bigger still. And I know that's not the most exciting thing to go through. Maybe I can just nail it so quickly that no one's actually going to notice. Everyone's just going to be like, "Whoa, that was so quick!" Right, let's see if I can just get this down in. Let's see if we can get both range 3 and range 4 in like 10 minutes. Okay, right, I've got to properly public int x. In fact, yeah, sorry, we can just copy that, can't we? Control C, Control V, Control V. 3, 3, and 4, 4. Control C, Control V. So that'll be X range. Yeah, like I say, there's one. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can rattle through this quite easily. So how much is that? That's 7 plus 7, which is 14. So it's 14 plus 5 plus 5, so that's 24. Does that make about sense? So it's going up by 8 each time, isn't it? Right, so 24, 24, and we're just going to start with this one here. Control C. Oh, I did 42. That's not right. 24. Okay, so X range 3 and 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're 2 minutes down. I reckon I can do this. I've got faith. Oh, you know what? Like, so this is interesting actually, Gliss. That's a really, really good suggestion. So what we have, like, that's, I haven't considered that. What we have considered is there's going to be like some sort of monster or tortoise that has the town on like his back, and like the tortoise carries over, and it's like, oh no, right now let's just like let the tortoise ground. But your one, I would like to say makes as much sense. But yes, that is a really good point. It's something that I will have to address at some point. But I kind of want to, yeah, like I say, I want to have a cutscene that addresses it. And yeah, but like, yes, I like that as a suggestion. Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, meant to actually just have 8, and now we can just Control C. Okay, so so now we can just go. We're just essentially working our way there. So -3, -3, -3, -3. -3, -3, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, and 3, and then it will be 3, 3. So we've gone -3, -3, -3, -3. So, oh, it's actually another -3 there. Gosh. Okay. Yes. Well, I mean, like, the problem is what is the marker on the map going to be to indicate what is your like town? Because part of the reason I called it a Destiny map is because in my head it's like, oh, this is the actual mastermind, even though we're still in the main stationary place the whole time. This is his brain trying to work out where he's doing it, and his brain is going to be in the form of some sort of series of islands which connects one place to another. 3 -2 -1 0 1 2 3 3. And yeah, it's absolutely 100% cool if not. But have you actually got round to downloading the game? I can find the link, I think. Let's see if I can get to it. I think this is it. I think, yeah, that's the one. That's to get to the game. At the moment, I think the most recent version is up to date. But yeah, but yeah, I like all of your suggestions. I genuinely do. Yes, it will. There is a Mac version. I haven't tested it myself, but I have. Well, no, actually, no, I have kind of tested it. So, the only problem is you might find certain bits of the screen are cut off, but it shouldn't affect the actual gameplay. It would just be something which, you know, in another episode, I'm going to have to address that. At the moment, I think it only gets rid of, it's like, for example, the end turn button is slightly cut off. purely because I haven't dealt with screen, like, you know, I'm working under the assumption everyone's got the same screen that is exactly the same width and height of my screen, and obviously that's not the case. 0, 2, 1, 0, 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 3, minus 3. Okay, so I think that is where we're going with there. And obviously I've got to number all of these up. So now it's 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. And then 6 more 3s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Minus 1. Minus 2. Minus 3. 3. And then it's 6 more minus 3s. That's 3. That's 3. So it's 7 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then that's minus 2. And that's minus 1. Right, now we just need to number all of these. Let's go get a nice start. Let's see. Oh, actually, I don't know how much is 16 here. Okay, that works. Right. 16, 17, 18. I pressed the wrong button. It's the wrong trousers, Gromit, and they've gone wrong. Okay, here we go. Back in. 18. So ideally, this should go up to 23. Oh, okay. I actually think that's going to work, because that implies that you've got a lot more width than height, which is the same with my screen, I believe. So I think that should be okay. But yeah, I hope it does. Yeah, and then you can kind of get a feel of, yeah. Yeah, like I say, if you have a glitch with, like, it should still work. I mean, I think it should still work. Yeah. You might get a construct that's called Kev that might break things. If it does, let me know, and I'll see if I can fix it, because I think I might have already fixed it. But someone, KO2 fan was giving it a try yesterday, try a little while ago, and I think he might have downloaded an older version, and I hadn't fixed that little glitch, because I was trying to fix it at the beginning of the stream, and I couldn't. Oh yeah, and by the way, there's no sound or music. You can watch the trailer as well. The trailer is not really very informative. People don't really know what the game is about. Okay, right. So now that we've done that, we need to. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky, and I'm going to change a few things. So now we just want to kind of go. We want to copy all this. Control C, Control V, and then we're just going to make everything just a bit bigger. 1. This just makes it a lot easier to visualize when I do this. And I think it's just 8 more, but let's just double check. So we've got that's not right. Let's just do one more. So that's 7, and that's 9. 9 plus 9 is 18, plus 14, which is 28, 32, which is right, yeah. So X range 4 is going to be 32 by 32, and then all of this I can just change to. I'm seeing, like, yeah, I'm trying to sort of do a bit of time saving exercise. That will be 4, and that will be 4. So yeah, this is quite ugly-ish code, but I think this is going to make oh yeah, you know, fair play, Lekia. Oh yes, yeah. Ah, yeah. I thought I needed to show off some of the cards. Admittedly, though, the trailer is quite weak. It doesn't really explain to anyone what the game is really about. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Control B. And now we just need to make these numbers 24, 25. 26, 27. Sorry, I'm saying the numbers out loud, so I don't lose count. That's 1. Now I think if I actually just go 0, 0. Right, okay, I might have exceeded my time that I was going to take to do this, but that's okay. So we're starting all the way here, which is -4. Let's go put on insert. This is always a risky territory, but -4. -4, -4, -4. So -4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and then one more -4. No, I'm not. I don't like this insert business. -3, -2, -1, and then this will be 1, 2, 3. 4. 3. Alright, -4 is -3 all the way up to 4 there, and then we can have, we then now need 9 4s, okay? So 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, we're trying to essentially just scale all the way around here. And then at this point, we're then going down, so that will be 3, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. I feel like I've made a mistake somewhere along here. -3, -4. Oh no, maybe not. -4, and then yeah, -4, -4, and -4. This will make sense. Quite a way, like ways in the future, this will make sense. So minus. Okay, right now we're starting here as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we need 9 fours in total, because that's how high it is there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 3, 2, 1, 0, minus 1, minus 2. I'm just checking that. 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Yep. Minus 3, minus 4, and then we need 9 minus 4. So minus 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, minus 3, minus 2, minus 1. So I think that is correct. Okay, so what has all of this achieved? Right, so what we can do first is we just want to see if that means now, when we're trying to make the tiles around this occupied, we can now just simply go, so not that we're actually going to have this, but this is just as an experimental thing. We can now make two more layers around don't worry, you've got this, Lakey. I trust you. So this should do one more layer around. So instead of it being, so first of all it was a single dot, and then with this it makes it 3 by 3. This makes it 5 by 5. This makes it 7 by 7. And oh yeah, we probably don't need this debug anymore. And now we've got this, we're going to make, so this should, if my calculations are correct, give us 9 by 9 tiles. How are we going to translate this into the Destiny map? That's a good question. But let's just see. So we're hoping to have a bunch of 9 by 9 tiles, which in theory will take up most of the screen. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But though that's really cool. But yeah, like I say, I do appreciate that though. I appreciate the sentiment though. Like, yeah, no, KO2 fan was a proper champion. Like he did quite a bunch of like gift subs, which are like really cool. So now it's worked. Okay, so this isn't how the map is going to look, because what we're going to do, right? We're going to change a few things. So we're going to have make tiles around this. Let's go make another function here. Control C, Control V. We're going to make tiles around this. Turn one tile. We're going to call it something. Turn this tile into an island. Okay, so what's going to happen now is the first 3 by 3, 5 by 5, that's always going to be solid. But now we want to have if random.range 0, 3 is less than or equal to 1, then make these ones occupied, and then Control C, Control V. But that is going to be equal to 0. So what are we actually doing here? We are, we need to actually use this function instead of this one now. But what this is going to ideally do, and hopefully it will look quite nice, is it will create like the basic island with some bits of land around that, and then a few bits of land around that, right? In a random like fashion. So let's actually see. Let's see if this works. First of all, we need to find when we're actually using this function, which is over here. We're going to have turn this tile into an island. Okay, right. Instead of actually, let's see if this works. Yeah, I tell you what. I mean, KO2 fan has been a sort of a proper sort of champ. Right, so let's have a look. So this is now beginning to look a little bit like what we're kind of going for, right? So where we've got some islands that are like, we've got a group of islands that yeah, it's sort of slowly but surely turning into something that feels like it's a real kind of like area, right? Now what we kind of want to do is find a way to connect each island as well, right? But it's going to be a bit confusing because we're connecting, we kind of want it to go all the way there and then up and then round, which might make life a little bit difficult, but that should be okay. So yeah, so I think there is going to be our like final sort of place. So yeah, okay. But yeah, that is, yeah, you can see roughly what I'm going for, like in that it's like each island looks a little bit randomized, and we're going to have all of the things that you can do on each island, like taking up one of these tiles. Right, so how do I do this? So I think, let me have a look. Yeah, this one requires just a little bit of thought. So I think what we can do is okay. So what we'll need is, if just temporarily speaking, I'm going to get rid of this, but we know it works now. We're going to put this back in, and so I just want to have a quick look at what this is without the sort of randomness. So we've got 5x5, and I kind of want the bridge. So we just to make sure that these connect. So because these are always solid, so we're going to work on just getting some sort of bridge that goes there, then another bridge over there. Okay, so we're going to have and how big has the bridge got to be? I haven't, yeah, I've just got to work out how many tiles it's going to be to get one bridge to connect to the other. So that's fine. This is just a pure test at the moment. Let's go rotate on the Z axis 90. No, it is 5 tiles, isn't it? So hold on. Yeah, that looks like 5. Okay, so we need 5, which should be fine. Okay, so don't worry, I've got a plan. It's all going to work out. It's all going to look great. Okay, we're going to have public void bridge 1 island to
another. And what we kind of need is actually no, bridge one island. Yeah, bridge one island. Okay, and then we're going to have, at the moment, we're just working on the assumption we're going left, and then we're going to work out the rest from there. So what we need is, we still need this. Control C, Control V. Okay. And essentially at the moment we're going to change this, we're going to make a better version of this soon, but we're going to make each island just have a bridge going specifically right, okay, and then we're going to worry about actually getting them all connected in the correct way. Okay, so well, first of all we need to get a random range. So it's always going to be +4. So int x equals I plus 4, and int y equals somewhere between random dot equals j plus random dot range, somewhere between, I think, -2 to 3. So I just want to confirm. So this is kind of our starting base. And like I say, we're going to tweak this. So -2, it's -2, -1, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. So there's 5, and this does cover, because it doesn't include the 3 itself, because it would make a lot of sense to do something like that, but that won't include 2 itself. So that is roughly where we're going with. And I have a feeling that might need to be +3. Okay, so 4. We're going to have make tile occupied x, comma y. I think we just need to make it, is it a length of 10 or 5? I think it's 5 for int I equals 0, I less than 5, plus I. Okay, right. So this still isn't exactly what we're after, but this is kind of a very basic version, because I like the idea that the bridge isn't always going to be like directly like linked. It's going to be kind of like you have a high bridge and a low bridge, but it'll still be obvious as to what's connecting it. Okay, right. So bridge one island. Yeah, that's all we're looking to do for the time being. So now that we've done that, create destiny map. And we're going to have bridge one island ij. Okay, right. Let's just see what this does. Let's see if this does. Yeah, it's not going to be exactly what we're after, but hopefully this will roughly sort of have what I want it to do. This looks exactly what I was after. Yeah, so the islands are going to be bridged to each other, but obviously we don't want like, obviously this one we actually want to go up and not along, but that is roughly bridging them in the way that I want. And if we add all the other the extra sort of tiles, we're going to make it look a lot better. So let's have a look, see what this looks like. Yes, okay, this is kind of what we're after, but we want to make sure that when bridging the islands, when we get to, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, every 4, so this one is going to be bridging up. And actually all we need to do is just make sure that, yeah, so this one's going to be bridging up, this one's going to be bridging up. So I think we're kind of getting it. So, like, and you can see they're kind of linked, but we want to get one to sort of connect along there, so it worms around. That's fine. Okay. So, so we're getting there. We're getting there. And I think it would just be nice if I can kind of get a rough, once I've visualised the whole thing, then I can work out how I can fit everything else out, everything else in. Right. So we want to do bridge one island, and we kind of want to have a new variable, which will be int direction. I think that should be okay. Maybe we should have. Yeah, I've got to try and just work this out because it might be easier just to have bridge one island. Int direction, and I'm going to do a little sort of key here. So 0 is left. 1 is up. So I'm always like to sort of number it. So left, up, right. 2 is right, and 3 is down. So this is just a nice little key. And then I think we can just have switch direction. Switch direction. Case 0 break. So to actually go right, it's 2, isn't it? So let's have case 2 break. We're going to have all of this. So we can just move that up there, chuck that in there. But we kind of need to be a little bit cautious here. So we're going to first of all, we're going to just tidy this up a little bit. So Control C, Control V, and copying C, Control V, equals I. Equals J. Alright, so and now we can just have X plus equals 3 and Y plus equals somewhere there. So that's okay. Right, let me just tidy all this up and then we can just alter everything. Didn't need to do that, but let's go still make this as nice and tidy as we can. Okay, right, so now I think the easiest one to do next would be, given that we've done right, I think left would be the next easier one to do. So Control C. And then we're going to try and work out exactly how we're going to fit the directions in, but that shouldn't be too hard. So that'll be X minus equals 3, Y still plus equals that, minus I. Okay, so with this knowledge in mind, let's just see if so now we're going to have, we're actually going to have it go left. So, comma, 0. Oh, no, I've done the wrong... No, this is fine. Yeah, okay. So now, hopefully, if everything works out, we're going to have all the bridges going left. Just to check that that does work. So even though that looks very similar to what we have done, what's actually happening is the bridges are now going from right to left. Even though that looks very similar to for it going from left to right, we can still see these little tails off there, which show that it's going from, yeah. Why do we need to do all that? For good reason, for good reason. So now that we've done that, it's going to be a little bit more complicated from going down to up, but we can get there. So I'm still going to copy this, but we're going to change quite a few things. So, case it's going up, the we're going to have y plus equals 3 and x plus equals random range there. Yep. Okay. And then y plus I. Okay. So now let's go make them all go up and see if that works. And then once we've done that, we can then work out how we can distribute all the actual direction, because we want the islands to go up in a sort of fashion. So let's just check to see if that works. So this is up. All right. So we should have lots of bridges. I say bridges; they're just more bits of land that just go up. But I might be. That looks good. So all of them are going up now. And then we're just going to quickly do down, which should be a lot easier now that we've made the up one. So, Control C, Control V, 3, minus equals that, and that is minus Y. And then once we've done this, we can then actually work out how we're going to kind of do all the I haven't changed how much as I put it in. They're still going up, aren't they? So I just need to change right. Where are we? Bridge this island. This is going to be 3. So now the islands are actually going down, even though it might not necessarily look super obvious. That is the case. Okay, so right, all we actually need to do is right, let me go Control MO. I'm going to have a look at the, in fact, what I'm going to do, just for simplicity, we can get rid of this create basic map. This is just getting in the way. It's not serving us any purpose. It was good. It was needed for the time when we made it, but so there's multiple things we can do here. So as we know, there's 30. So if I have is there an easier way of doing this? Not really. So we've just got to work out which direction we want each island to go to. Okay. So int bridge int equals new int, and I think that should be 30. And like I say, it's better to make an ugly version. And then, yeah. So, int 0 equals, and I think that's 2. Oh no, sorry, bridge int. We can actually kind of work it out. And then we're going to have bridge counter equals 0. Okay, right. Trust me, this is all going to make sense. Okay, so we made a bridge counter here, and in fact, instead of doing this, we can just kind of do the maths here. So equals new int, and then we can just set each one. So it's going right, comma, and then this one is going up, which is 1, and then working from the left, it's also going up, 1, comma, and this one is going left. Which way is left? It's 0. 0. Right, yeah, so we're out. This is actually kind of making sense, even though this is looking I'm gonna have a lot of foreign looking faces, a lot of weird sort of thing. What is he going? Why is he making a random thing? Don't worry, it'll make sense. It'll make sense. 0, 0. I think we just repeat that now. So that's 10. We just need to repeat that now. Yeah. Control C, Control V, and Control V. What's wrong with that? There's a way of yeah, I'm just trying to assign right. Oh, actually, maybe no. Oh yeah, I think we just need to do that. Yes, okay. Right, so what we've done now is we've created a bunch of bridge ints, which I think if our maths are correct, this will make sure that all the correct bridges are done. So what we're hoping is, so now we can actually have bridge int, bridge counter, okay, and then we're just going to increment the bridge counter plus plus, okay. Right. I'll explain it more if it works. Okay. Let's go. So we're kind of looking for it to sort of go all the way up. That is not quite what I was after. So it looks like this one. Oh, I see. We're actually going along this way, not that way. So, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can see. Yeah, I can see the problem. So when it's actually creating it, we're essentially working our way from bottom, and then we're moving all the way up these columns like that, which is fine. We can. I just need to change this configuration of numbers up. So the first one will indeed go right. The next one is going to go up, which is 1. Up. So up, and then right, then up, right, up. Okay, and then yeah, this is definitely a lot more complicated, but this is fine. So right, up, right, up. Right, I think. Yeah, that's fine. And then the ones after that, it's going to go right, left. Yeah. So right is number 2. Let me just keep this 2 and oh no, hold on. So right is 2 and up is 1. Yeah. So because I'm trying to visualize all the maps. So 2 1 2 1 2. And then 2 comma. Which way is left? 0 0 2 comma 0. Okay, so that's meaning, yeah. Why does it always work this way? This is such a more complicated version, but this is fine. So now, let's see. The next 3 along are going to be this same one. So 1, 2, and 2, and then the last one is going to be up, left, up, left, up, left, I think. All right. What is that actual? How many numbers have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Right, I think we're there. I think this is it. I think we've nailed it. Yeah, if this works, then everyone can just kind of give me a round of applause and be like, yeah, he's the greatest guy ever, yeah. So, have we actually done it? Yes! Sorry. It has actually worked. Okay, I think it's worked. So, right. If we actually look, so we're kind of getting onto where we're kind of looking to go here. So even though the game is, in many respects, linear, because it's always just going this way, going round like this, we have now created some randomized islands that are going in that sort of fashion and ending there. Okay, right, so now that we've done that, how are we going to turn all of this into to actually, again, at the moment all I've done is just work quite hard to make a randomized series of islands. So what I kind of want to do is I did have a little water sprite that I don't really know the most efficient way of doing this. In fact, can we actually just, while we're here, I might need to just get a bit more space. I've got this console thing taking up a lot of space. So what I kind of want to do is have some sort of water in the background. Now, I've got an idea as to how to do it, but I'm just trying to work out a sort of cheap way of doing it. So what we need is, if I go into here, and it's not here, it's desktop, we're going to have a look at Boxman sprites, and we've got map sprites, and I think, is it just basic map 2? Let's have a look at that. Let's see where we're at. So what I've done is, if we just get rid of this, right? We've got a basic like ocean, right? And I kind of like to have this kind of animation in the background of the whole thing, and I actually want it to extend a little bit bigger. But the problem is, yeah, oh, wicked. Right, so right, so that is But yeah, so our next step, we want to have this kind of watery background to go on the back, but it's going to be quite expensive, like processing wise every way, if I just try and get a massive water tile. So my plan is right, this is going to be, we're going into uncharted territory, and it's water. Whoa, it's a coincidence, the fact that he's talking about uncharted stuff and we're talking about water at the same time. So what I'm looking to do, first of all, I'm going to Control Shift S, I'm going to save this. If we go back into our Rumpletown sprites, where we've got land, I'm also going to have a new folder which is going to be water tile. Okay. And I'm just going to save this as water tile. And I know this isn't a water tile, but we're just going to, now that we've got everything saved, we've got not too much to lose. And what we kind of want to do is, I believe each one of these, so if I could press C to make the size shorter, if I make it 32 by, in fact, top left there, 32 by 32, I think it is just this exact tile is being repeated over and over. So all we actually need, boom, is that. Okay, all right, this is the water tile that we're looking to do. Okay, and once we have done that, so I'm going to just save that there, and we're going to Control Shift S, save as PNGs, water tile PNG, and I'm going to make it 000. Okay. Because there is a certain thing that I don't know if I can achieve. It's just what I want to do is like have this one sprite, but there's a way of when you make it bigger, it doesn't just make the sprite bigger, but it sort of tiles it. Right. It will make sense. All of this will make sense. So let's work on that now. So we've now got these water tiles saved, and we saved them as PNGs. So let's see if I can go back to the desktop, go into our Rumpletown, water tiles. It's these bad boys here that we're looking, and I've just got to find where I'm going to put it in my so resources, land, create a folder. This is going to be water. It's fine. Okay, so we're going to copy all this, chuck this in here, and these are, sorry, having a quick look. So 64 is the key number that we're after here. So, and just check, these are also 32 by 32 pixels, that's fine. So we've got 15 tiles here, that's fine. This is going to be 64 by, 64, point filter, and none, and apply. Okay. Oh, that was done very quickly. Okay, so what we're going to do first, this is going to just be, like I say, this is going to be a bit of trial and error, and I might just run into a brick wall. I might have to, but we'll see how this goes. All right, so this is the water tile that we've got. Let's go, just make it 000, and let's go into here. I might call it something like expansive water tile. Expansive water game object. Okay, so right, here is the problem that we've got at the moment. If I try to make this bigger, it just makes the whole thing bigger. Whereas what we want to do is when you make it bigger, we have it something like tiled. And so, yeah, if I make this bigger, then it actually goes exactly how we would like it. So so I think what I need to do is just simply create it and work out exactly how big we want this to be, and then see if my see if everything breaks down when we actually try and get it to work, because we essentially want this water underneath everything else. So for so first of all, before we do anything else, so this is the expansive water tile, map stuff, map tile go. This is the expansive water go. I've called it expansive to try and sound clever. Yeah, so actually I'm just going to update that there, that's fine. Okay, so we need to make it nice and big. So if I don't want to, I just want to play on focus, so it's not showing the full, it's not going to go to full screen when we play it. I'm just going to press play now. So over here, if we were to make this all the way, zooming all the way out. Yes, so the slight problem, obviously the reason that it's covering over the water is just purely we haven't dealt with a certain few things, which is no problem. We just need to make the ordering layer of the map tiles on top of it. So, and it looks like it gets to, 50 by 60. So that's absolutely perfect. That's exactly what we need. Right, so this one here, so the map tile, let's just go 5. All right. So now the land bit will always be on top of the water. Okay. So, so we've got this. We can now delete this because we've got it here. So copy path, and when we're creating the Destiny map. Let's have a look. We've got game object here. I'm going to have a public game object, expansive water tile go. I put in 2 semicolons. Okay, and now upon awake, we just want to get access to this. So expansive water tile go equals resources dot load game object, and I think I just copied this path. That's the right one. We just need to get rid of all the stuff that we don't need. So over here, right, so we now have access to this, and like I say, in this one again, we haven't put any code into here because I don't believe we need to. All right, so now that we've done this, we kind of want to create it maybe at the beginning, but we can create it over here, and so I can have, and we kind of want to access its sprite renderer as well. So sprite renderer, water tile SR sprite renderer equals instantiate, and we kind of want to have a bit of a buffer as well. We want to have enough water around, so it's not just covering just the land. So that way, if the camera sort of gets panned out, so maybe have a buffer of -10 each way. Hopefully this won't be too much of a problem. So we're going to instantiate the expansive water tile go, and new vector 3. It's not going to be 0, 0, 0. It's going to be -10.0 f, -10.0 f, 10.0 f. Okay, and because we all love and respect and know exactly what quaternion identity means, we're going to have quaternion identity. Just Unity, you've got to understand, most people are really intimidated by this word, right? No one knows what it means, or I mean, a lot of good coders actually do know what it means, but people that are trying out for the first time, they're like, well, what's quaternion identity? Just accept it, just type it in, don't worry about it, don't put too much thought into it, just type in quaternion.identity, and they'll all know what it means. Right, so we're looking to get hold of the sprite renderer on there, so we've instantiated it and created it -10 by -10. So now, water tile SR dot, I think it's just size equals new vector 2. So we're going to have the size is going to be 20 plus width of map, 20 plus height of map. So if you think it's starting at -10, but it's going to go +10, so it's going to be a sort of buffer of 10 either way. In fact, let's go make a hold variable here, which will be, I think maybe about here. We're going to have public int water edge buffer int. It's quite a long thing, but that does, so instead of us actually having to write a number here, we can just have we can just put water edge buffer in, Control C, Control V, and this will be water edge buffer int times by 2 and that be, yeah, so we can make the water bigger and smaller. So like at the moment I haven't made it animate, but we're going to just see what that looks like. So I have, let's have a look. Oh, we got a bit of an error, I think. Yep, I've definitely missed a certain thing. Yep, I need to put a semicolon there. Right, no problem whatsoever. Right, have we got any more error messages? I think we're looking in the clear. Okay, right, so let's rock. Okay. Okay, right. I see where the problem lies. So obviously that was supposed to be. We need to. Let's see if there's any easy way that we can do this. Tile sprite sub. No problem. So we've just got to make sure that the sprite sort point is at the bottom left. But I think we can do that if I go into here. I think if that's bottom left, let's just see if that works. Oh, apply it. Yes, okay. Alright, so this has kind of worked. Oh yes, this has worked perfectly because we haven't made the buffer, the water buffer, any bigger. So this is perfect. This is exactly what we were after with what we've done. So what we're going to do now is have our water buffer in as the 10 that we tried, and then see if we can just have some water around it. I mean, you tried hard. You definitely tried hard. So the actual that does start as -10. Oh, I think we actually. I think this just needs to be ×4, but I can't quite work out why. Let's just see if that does work. And then I'm going to try and crunch the numbers as to why it needs to be ×4, not ×2. Because ideally we want a water buffer that goes 10 all the way around. Yeah, so that does work. I just don't know why. So that's nice and big. So so ideally, when we're actually into the game, yeah, and obviously I'm going to make the camera move over from one place to another. Right, so that's good. Okay. So I like that. Now, is the water to... Right, so a slight problem... Oh, right. Okay, so at the moment, the water still hasn't done the thing that we want it to do. At the moment, it hasn't tiled itself correctly. So I've got to work out kind of why that is the case. It might be something that I can do here. But let me have a little let's have a little play, because there is a chance we can't tile it that much. Yeah, so it's saying cannot generate the right slice. I think that could be the problem. So we might need to just change the sprite. Sprite mode. I think if I did that and then apply, and then we just try again. Let's see if we're any better off. No. Okay, but you can see what I'm going for. I'm looking for it to be sort of slightly more tiled. But if I were to... Oh, I see. Okay. So, yeah. So it looks like, unless I'm mistaken, if we actually go on to play maximised, yes. The honest answer is yes. That probably would help. First of all, I just want to check that is the problem. But if I were to actually have it on full screen, no. Okay, I was just checking that the water didn't appear there because, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I said, I had a feeling I was going to run into this problem. But let's see. Would it help to mark the water sprites 4 times larger? Yeah. So you are kind of right there. So let me just have a little experiment. So we're going to just put this back in. We're going to play around with this for a bit. So let's go move, get us a bit more space. So there, that all works. But I think, is there a certain point in which, so if this was to be, say, 70 by 70. Okay, there is a biting point. There is a certain point. So we're actually creating this error message. Oh, feels like 60 by 60. So yes, okay. I feel I didn't need to do that. I think you're entirely right. We just got to work out how to make the sprites bigger, and I can't remember if that involves. So yes, but surprise, like that's actually, I mean, really well played. Like, kind of, I think you are actually onto something here. So we're just working on this one water tile. Once we've done it right with this one, so I think. Does this number need to be bigger or smaller? Let's just make it smaller. And now let's make it 128. So if we make this 16 and apply. Okay, right, so now that we've done that, let's just delete this and let's see what happens. Right, I think that looks okay, doesn't it? No, I mean, as in the thing for you to understand why that works, like, kind of genuinely, like, kind of, it's one of those I would have reached that conclusion, but it would have taken me quite a while, and I think I was zeroing in on it, but you've actually just nailed it, which is perfect. And you know what? That's big enough. That's good enough. So if we were to actually zoom out, I think that looks pretty good. Right, so now, yeah, so seriously, Gliss, thanks so much. That's absolutely just perfect. That's brilliant. Right, so now that we've done that, we're going to change these tiles over all to 16 and full rect. And actually, I don't know if they need to be full rect. In fact, let's have them all as full rect at the moment. Apply, that's fine. But I don't know if it needs to be full rect. I think that might just have been an offshoot. So now we just want to animate the tiles, or the single tile that is just getting bigger and bigger. So now we have, we haven't added anything yet. So let's go. So this is our main test script. We're going to add some stuff to it. So if we go,
scripts, core scripts, we need to add Aaron and mover. I want to just move this down, move down. I just like to have those ones at the top. So this one here, I just need to put 100 there, otherwise it'll give me a glitch. It'll give me a problem. So I think, right, so now that we've done that, we now need to get access to the sprites, which are over here. Map stuff, over here, copy path. Nil Aaron dot instance dot play forward continuously. We're going to have water tile SR, resources dot load all of the sprites in this particular place over here. Need to get rid of that. The finishing sprite doesn't matter, and the anim speed, I'm going to try 0.1 and then we'll see what that looks like. So, right, okay. Right, will it work? Will it work? Okay. Right, we're going to have, are we on full screen? So I kind of want to get the full experience. So we're on full screen. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. We're almost ready. Yeah, all right. That's still not bad. That's kind of what we're after. We just got to work out why this bit is giving us grief. Oh yes, everything's fine. Yep, I know what the problem is. This and this need to be, pivot is bottom left. And then let's just try again. I just can't work out what if the error message will happen again. Apply it. Okay, so that looks okay. And right, so right. So yeah, sorry, I know. Sorry, I'm just kind of like a little bit. This is actually working quite nicely now. Well, with this is doing all the things that I want it to do, and there's no error message at the bottom, which is great. So I'm just going to experiment with this, just try and work out if this was ever needed to be done. So if I go back to type and apply, I just want to see if we're going to get back to any problems or if everything still works. Everything still works the same, I think. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Right. That's me. Right. So now, every time we create a new like map, it is given an air of randomness. So this is starting to sort of, you can see how it's taking shape a little bit. So what we're looking to do next is right. So what I kind of want to do, this is going to still take a little while to do, but I want to have a simple function that that realizes that, like, say, that we're going to have a little sprite that is just a sort of non-animating sprite. I mean, they could even have it as a beam sprite, right? So that it moves from one centerpiece to the next one, and the camera moves along with it. Right. So so we actually kind of know that it's one of these center tiles here is the main. I think this is actually literally it. So I think this would be 5-5 or indeed 4-4. So 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So we know that tile number 4-4 is the correct tile. Okay. So did I can't remember if I've actually put it in yet. But so now I'm trying to kind of get the thing. But this little guy here that's been giving me support, I kind of want this to be roughly the marker that we're going to have. We're only going to have one sprite, and it's just going to be, we're just going to do a little bit of pathfinding. So our general plan is, so yeah, sorry, I'll just quickly, just so I can visualize it myself. We want the camera to generally pan in on this, the guy that I'm going to create. It's going to be 4:4, and it's going to do some sort of clever pathfinding. It's not going to be that clever because there's certain map tiles that are always going to be there. So this 5x5 block will always be there. So she's going to move right 3, move up, and then move along, and then go to the next one. And then I want the camera to go along with it. So that's kind of like our next step that we're looking to make. And I kind of do want a button, a way of, and it might just be simply space, where you can look at the full map and then it goes back in. That's what we're kind of looking to do. Right. Okay, sorry, I'm getting excited now. It's actually starting to sort of come together. It's looking pretty good. Okay, so we've made some really nice, solid progress so far. Okay, so what we're going to do, sprites, map stuff. I will have another folder here, and we're just going to simply call Nina. Right, now I need to just find one sprite, and then we're going to put the rest of them in. But actually the concept of animating it is going to be, that's going to be another challenge for another time. But for the time being, we're just going to try and do a map finding thing. How are we going to do that? No idea, but I'm sure we'll get there. Right, so let me have a look. So we've got these water tiles, and I think it's somewhere on desktop. Nina's Adventure, Nina sprites, idle. Grumbler Pugs, rock and roll. Wicked, how's it going? Yes. Quality, awesome. Yes, nice, awesome. Yeah, if you need the link, I can probably. I should have an easier way of getting to it, but that is, yeah. I think it might be this one here. Yeah, I'll put it out. Oh, you got it already. Oh, fair enough. But yeah, like kind of do let me know if there's any glitches and stuff. That'd be really useful. One little thing which I'll say is at the precise moment, the 3 main strategies that you've got are going, like, trying to get as many bees cards as possible, generally getting ready camp cards, and things like Rainbow Alliance that gives you like 1 of each to your, even though it's 5 mana to cast, it's really good. And Boy Royston is a totem that generally works very well. It is, yeah, and there are a few cards that are weak, that are not good at all, and I need to make them stronger. So anyway, we've got the idle card, the idle sprite. I'm just gonna put this in here, and how many pixels is it? It's 64 by 64. So I think that means this one needs to be, is it 128, and then point filter, none, and apply. So, and we're going to create a new game object, sprite, square. This one we'll call I think map Nina go. Alright, and then we're going to give him this sprite over there. That probably doesn't actually consume as much of the screen as I thought, but and we're also going to make order in layer 10, so it's in front of all the land. And we kind of want to now get the camera to move towards where Nina is. So yes, okay. Right.
Right. So first of all, let's just see if that tile does. Because it looks a little bit platformery, but that's okay. Oh, wicked! Awesome, cool. Is that available on itch? Because I'll give that another play tonight. Yeah, sounds really cool. Because like, I think, yeah, that's the thing. Literally, the actual gameplay is fantastic. And what I've got a little SNES control pad that looks like it'd be perfect for actually playing the game. Because it looks like it just covers all the buttons that are needed. Yeah. Oh, fair enough. But yeah, like I say, the only flaw was that I was thinking, there's a few too many mechanics that are being introduced at the same time. But that's not really a flaw. That's just like, here's loads of great ideas. They're just all coming just a little bit too fast. But it's brilliant. Right. So let's just have a little look. Where do we want? So we want this Nina to. Want it to be roughly there, and I think that looks okay, doesn't it? Yeah, and so like the idea is we want to create it there, and we want to just have a button that moves this all the way to the next one. Yeah. Right. Awesome. Okay. So, have we got anything? Do we actually need anything? I think we probably do need a script. I don't know yet, but we'll work it out. Scripts, map scripts. I guess we can have create C# script, map Nina script. And map Nina script. I don't know what we're going to put in it yet, but I'm sure we'll need something. And in map stuff, map tile stuff, I'm just going to have. In fact, we can probably just put this straight in here, not there, just there. And then we're going to kind of work out what we're going to do with that in a sec. Okay, so we've created it, and after it's been created, we kind of want to try and work out exactly where we can go with this. I suppose, given that we've got all the sprite renderers, what we should do as well, we're going to have a public transform map tile trans, although I've map tile trans. So we now got access to. We just want to make sure that we've got access to the trans, mainly so we know where the position of where it's going to go is. So that should be fine. So when we're actually creating the Destiny map, and like I say, like this is like the early. It will take us quite a while to actually make a proper Destiny, the proper Destiny map, and upgrade it. But we're kind of getting there step by step. Oh, oh wow! I always forget. I'm still in that mindset of no. It's 10 to 4 here, so therefore it must be 10 to 4 in the rest of the world. The sun, that's not how the sun works. Right, so we're going to have map tile trans equals new transform width of map, height of map. Oh yes, oh yeah. That's a whole extra other layer of confusion, because apparently at Christmas they actually have warm weather, which I was like, no, it just baffles me. It's like no, no, They have cold, miserable weather at Christmas time. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Right. So now we just need to assign all of these. So whenever we're so we've created a bunch of these. So here's where we're instantiating it, and we just want to have map tile trans ij equals map tile srs ij dot get component transform. Okay, so all I've done now is just make sure that on top of the sprite renderers, we've now got access to the transforms, and that'll be useful. So right at the end here, we're just going to have, oh yeah, we haven't got the Nina game object, so that's okay. Public game object, map Nina go, and then we just want to find the place where it is. So map Nina go equals resources dot load game object, and then let's just find out where we're putting it. It's just this one here. So copy path. Like I say, you've got to make a rubbish version of something before you make it a good version, and that's exactly what we're going for. And I think what we need is we need to be wary of the actual centre point of all the islands and the order in which they're doing. Oh yeah, actually, I'll tell you what, right, so, okay, I'll quickly explain the quick binary answer, or the quick answer to your question, is it's something called Hit Film. I don't know if I've got a link, but literally just Google, the word hit and then film, right, and that is the video editing software. There's a free version, I just used that, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah. It's really good. I need to actually. That sounds about right. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. And kind of like, and it's kind of quite good about it. Like, there's some things that you're like, oh, I want to do that, but you've got to upgrade to the full package to get some of the really good things. But it completely gives you warning every time. So it's actually like, it's, you know, I genuinely, yeah, I mean, because Hit Film is free, but there is a version, there is a way of upgrading it, but like kind of, like for example, there's this really cool screen transition where the light sort of blinds and then it goes into another sort of thing, and I was like, oh, I want that, but you need to upgrade. And I was thinking, no, that's fine though. There's still plenty of other good screen transitions. It takes a little bit to get used to, but I would really, really recommend that. And I mean, sorry, the way this is quite funny, right, is there was, this is like when I was trying to edit I was trying to put a video together a little while ago, there was a particular, something that was like recommended online called something like Wondershare, right, which is, you know, quite good video editing software. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to get the free version. And it said, if you don't actually upgrade, there's going to have to be a like watermark on the video. And I was thinking, that's fine, I just want to put this video together, I don't mind if there's a little watermark. But the thing that made it really comical is the watermark doesn't just take up a little corner of the screen, it literally takes up like 90% of the screen. So you're like, this is my video, and it is just covered, like it's just this big thing saying buy Wondershare now. It's like, yeah. Whereas Hit Film doesn't do that. It doesn't even put in insist on watermarks unless you use any of the upgraded features. So the conclusion is use use hit film, not Wondershare. I just remember that, like, thinking, oh, I don't mind. You know what? Like, it's fine that you've got a watermark, but the watermark takes up, like, the entire screen, and you can barely make out what's actually happening in the video that you've made. Right, anyway, so we've made this Nina game object, and right here we want to instantiate Nina map go, and we kind of want it to be at map tile trans. And what did we decide? Is it? I think it's 4 dot position, and then quaternion dot identity. So we've done that, but we kind of actually want to get access to the script, even though the script hasn't done anything yet. So maybe we could have something like about here, I guess. We'll have public map Nina script, which we'll call map Nina script, but I'm going to put an underscore over here to make life easier. So we can actually have underscore map Nina script equals instantiate that dot get component map Nina script. Okay, and like I said, we haven't actually done anything. We haven't got any code in this, but we just want to check that all of this works. So it's going to create the map, and hopefully it will create this little guy in the right place. So is that actually where we wanted it? I don't think that is actually. We kind of wanted it. Because I think the central point is there. So I guess. I must have just got the maths wrong. So 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. That's 2, 2. So I guess, we just want it one higher than that. I must have just got the maths wrong. That's fine. So that should be 5, 5. Now, I'm just going to check that should be the correct place. Okay, that looks good. Okay, now we're going to have a bit of fun trying to learn how to pathfind. So this is going to take a little while, a little bit more trial and error. But we want to work out how we can get this one just to move into the next center point. So, in fact, I do know why this does make sense, because I've actually got there's 5. That's fine. Okay. So we're getting it at this particular point. Okay, so what we probably need to do is work out the order in which we're looking to go to from one island to the next. So it's always going to kind of worm its way up. Admittedly, if ever I get like way down the line, I might have just the concept of there being 2 different islands that you can go to, but I'm going to worry about that later. So at the moment, it's strictly going there. So we're going to have let me try and work this out. So we kind of want we want to get access to this should be fine. Okay, over here we're going to have public transform, and this is just going to be a single, not a double array. This will be central point trans, and we're going to worry about this for the time. We're going to worry about that in a sec, because we want to actually have all of these central point trans referring to the correct ones. And I'm trying to work out an easy way of doing this without just copying and pasting. So yeah, we'll get there. So maybe it could be a list. Yeah, this does require just a little. Yeah, it might need to be a list and not an array, but we'll work this out. So because what we kind of need to do is work out sort of about here. Yeah, sorry, this does just require a little bit of thinking. So we're going to have an integer central map. No, let's make it a list, then I think this is going to make it a lot easier. Public list of transforms, central point trans, and even though this isn't perfect, equals new. Oh, hold on. Central point trans, that's it. Yeah. So central point trans equals new list of transforms. Okay, so we're creating a new one, and even though this isn't exactly how I want to do it, we're going to have done something wrong here. What have I done? Oh, I think I see. Yeah. Right. Okay, this is going to be a little awkward. Let's see if I can work this out. I think we just need to repeat this bit again. Control C. Put this underneath. Control V. Okay. Yeah. So at this point here, central point trans dot add map tile trans I j. This isn't going to solve the problem exactly, but hopefully this will at least give us access to all of the actual central points, because these are essentially the different islands that we're looking, and then we can reorganize it so it's the order that we want it, but we'll worry about that for the time being. So let's see if we get any error messages. Looks like we're good, and I just wanted to have a look over here. Central point trans, so we've got 30 in total, which is good. That's how many we want. And the only slight problem is, let's have a look. So we're actually, we're cycling through slightly the wrong, oh gosh, right, okay. Yeah, so we're kind of going, in fact, let's go work out the exact order in which it's going to come across, because we want to have this in the order of going like all the way along here, then around there, and working its way up, which is going to be a little bit difficult, which I'm going to work out. I just got to kind of use a little bit of brain power here. So this one here is this 0. This is the starting one, and then we're going to have this one here, so it's going up, so it's kind of like, yeah, because I have a feeling instead of it going around like this, it's going to go up there and then start and then go all the way up there, and it's going to cycle through like that, and that's obviously not the order that we want to have it, and I think there might be a way of me doing it. Yeah, but I'll work this out. But that's going to be an interesting one. So, in fact, yeah, is there going to be like that's like I say, this is going to have to require a bit of broken sort of logic to work it out. So I might need to just because I want to make it so that in theory you can make the map even bigger, and this will still kind of go to the correct numbers. So if I have we're going to call that held. Actually, held. So list of transforms held equals that, okay, and then Control C, Control V, and now we've got to work out a way so that it numbers, we're actually getting hold of the correct ones. So I don't actually know how to do this. Let's try and work this out logically. For int I equals 0, I less than let's have a look, because we've got to work out how the sort of width. Yeah, that's the important thing. We've got to kind of work out what the actual width of islands are. So that should be 5 along and 6 up. But how would we get that? So I need to just work out a little bit of what we're going on here. So it is essentially just so width of islands is 5 by 6, because it's just, we can just add 10 to whatever, times it by 10, so that's fine. So okay, right, we're actually surprisingly on our way here. Somewhere, I think I'll do it underneath here. Int width of islands. No, width of islands equals width of map modulus 10. And in fact, let's go have this width of island as a big important thing that comes at the front. So Control C. So then we can actually look at the number at real times. So width of map. We're going to have public int width of islands. And public int height of islands. Okay, so this doesn't actually show the width of the whole map, it just shows the width and height of the number of islands. And so here, height of islands equals height of map modulus 10. Right, okay. Right, that's good. So what I want to do is I want to just check that the width of islands is going to be 5 and the height of islands is going to be 6. So once we've done that, we're going to be one step closer. Okay. So, haha, no, that is not what we were after. For some reason, these ones have not these have still come across as 0. So I wonder why that is the case. So what does that... Oh, maybe we just actually... There isn't one. I think I might be thinking of a different programming language. Because modulus, what modulus does... Oh, no, it's modulus. It's modulus. No, I'm doing the wrong thing. We want to divide. We just want to divide. Sorry, it's not modulus at all. It's just divide by 10. And I think we kind of want to mathf dot floor to int of that. I think that's fine. Yeah. Sorry, that's getting modulus mixed up. Modulus is... So the best way I can describe what modulus does is I remember when I was at school, when I was a lot younger, and we were told the way that you should divide is... Ah, wicked. Vivax, welcome back. Let's rock. We're working on now getting a little... this little pink little monster called Nina to wander around the island, and I've now realised that. So, if you had say 7 divided by 3, what we used to write down would be 2 remainder 1, right? So, like, and the remainder 1 is what the modulus would come up with. So that's why it's always 0. So now, in fact, let's just go round to int, just to be on the safe side. Round to int. I don't think it should matter, but yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so now I just want to check that these numbers, yeah, its width is 5 and 6. Okay, right, that's good. Okay, so now that we've got that, we want to have 4. It's actually almost what we want. Refactoring my code to be less clean and more messy because this plugin is being annoying. Okay, uses 2 different coordinate system for what should be the same thing. So I'm going to convert one of them instead of relying on... okay, that's... yeah. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I remember when trying to deal with Euler angles, and it... Like, I don't know if it's the same thing, but when you're trying to distinguish degrees from radians, and you're thinking, why do radians need to get involved in the first place? So you need a whole extra sort of function or a constant where you convert one from the other. And it just adds a whole layer of confusion for seemingly no reason. Right. Map. And then for that one can be J. Yep. That'll be concept map. Okay. So. Now, yeah, we've just got to work out. We've got to essentially get this. We're going to have these central point trans to line up in the order that we kind of want it to be. So let's try and work this out. So central point trans equals new list of transforms. Oh no, that sounds awful. That sounds really difficult. Out of interest, what I'm trying to remember, what engine do you use? Is that Unity or is that a different engine? Because that sounds like an absolute pain. I do not envy you there. That sounds like an absolute pain. Okay. Is it a plugin for Unity, do you say? Oh man, that would give me a headache. Right. Let's have a look. maybe this, the more I think about it, I think we can turn this back into just a non-list. So central point trans equals that. We're going to get a bit of an error message over here, equals new transform, and it's going to be width of map, height of map. No, times, yeah, that's fine. Times by height of map. Okay, so that way we can still get to see all the things. So, oh yeah, oh, for Bevy, oh okay. Oh, I haven't even heard, I've never actually, yeah. Oh wow. Oh, I don't envy you at all there. I mean, is there a way that you can just put a sort of multiplier like times by -1 or something like that? Or, yeah, that just sounds like an absolute pain. Yeah, I oh my gosh, yeah. Right. So for the first one, yeah, this does require a little bit of thought. If height of map, let's have a look. So it's starting off at 0. So here we can use the modulus. I think modulus 2 is equal to 1. Do something else. Do something else. Okay. This bit of code might have been entirely pointless, but we'll find this out. I could do 15 minus y if my grid was always 16 high. Oh god, no! Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, right. So Laker Gaming, right? Okay. Is it going to be available midnight tonight? I won't be able to play it because I'm working very early tomorrow. But I might just see if I can download it tonight. Oh, that yeah. Yeah, like there might be just an easy tweak that you can do, but that does sound. Yeah, I don't envy you there at all. That sounds like an absolute pain. Actually, that equals 0. Then central point trans. Yeah, I'm actually trying to do some sort of backwards coordination here, which is surprisingly difficult. So we want to make sure that while the width is 0, while with this one here is 0, submap times by I times by j equals map tile trans I times by, I think that's 10 times by 10. Yeah, okay. So that there, let's work under the assumption, we're going to do this if else in a sec, but we want to just see if we can get this correct. Yeah, I think I might be reaching the sort of point in my stream where I'm flagging slightly. So, and I think that always needs to be -5. -5. So we're not, like I say, we might not need this at all. But let's just see like how that works, because I think that might do them like in a row like format, and then we can kind of get further in a bit later. Okay, so let's go play. So oh, looks like we have got a bit of an error. So central points, none of them have actually done the thing that we... Oh, hold on. Ooh, okay. So something's wrong there. Somehow we got 3,000, and that's meant to be 30. That is because this needs to be width of island, height of islands. Okay, and then this one here. See. Copy. Okay. Right. Central point. Okay. Right. Let's see. I think that's actually all I needed to do. So we just want to see if we can get them lined up. It's like it is quite hard. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If there's like, if ever there's a sort of like, I always find if ever there's kind of like a way that you can cheat the system, provided it doesn't ruin anything, just stick with it. Like, there's a few things. It's like when it actually comes to saving and loading. I looked at one tutorial on like YouTube a while ago, and I just kind of made the decision. Let's have a look. Central point trans. So that is 30, but we haven't assigned any of them. That's okay. This bit here is out of range. I wonder why. I think it might be... Oh, I know. I see the problem. I think it's just not -5. It might be +5 actually. But let's just stick with that. I think that will fix the problem for the time being. Like I say, we're essentially just trying to get one step closer. So no error messages. Okay, we are getting there. So, in fact, if I lock this, then this is going to make life a bit easier. So number 1 is there. Okay. Number 2 is... How is this? Hold on. Right. So, yes. Okay. Right. So we kind of... yeah. I could listen to the added event. Oh, I feel the frustration. Right, so also we've got to kind of focus on the fact that some of these aren't being filled up. So I've definitely done something wrong here. Oh, hold on. So that one... So 0, 2, 3... Okay, this is kind of working. And then it goes straight up there. It's almost as though there's no there's no cognitive. I wonder why. I think I must have just got a certain bit mixed up. It's not I plus J. It could be I. It could be I plus J. Let's see where that leads us. And you might have to remind me, what sort of game is it that you're making? and also you've got to think, have the pros of this plugin outweighing the cons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. All right. Okay, we're actually we're getting a bit of progress here. what I might need to do, I'm gonna have another little sort of a good little sort of 10-minute attack at this, see where I get to. But I might have to just realise that my brain is a bit too frazzled to actually work this out. It's it's plus J. This one here needs to be J times width of islands, I think. I think that might be right. Let's see what this does. It might have to. Yeah, I might get an error message. Let's find out. Okay, no error message. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I think we're there. Yes. Okay. All right. We're finally actually making progress. So now we've almost got the order that we need. We just need to make sure that this bit goes the other way. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. Oh right. Yeah, it is weird. Like I really like tower defense games. But my brother is properly out of interest. Is there any like playable demo at the moment, or are you still in the very early stages? Because I know, yeah, like my brother absolutely loves tower defense games. Can't get enough of them. Right. Anyway, so now that we've got this far, we now need to. Yeah, we're gonna do that bit before where it's like if height of islands modulus 2 is equal to 0, then that else Control C, V equals map-tile trans. Actually, yeah, we'll just copy this, but Control C. I'm going to just change a couple of little things. So this will be so let's just have that in brackets. This will make sense. So it'll actually be width of islands minus 1 minus, that will be height of islands minus 1 minus. Okay, right, if this works then this will be great. Oh cool, oh nice. I can once I've worked out how to work out the greenness, because I can put people on the regular list for you to post links, but at the moment I can't remember. I know there is a way, but I'll make sure I put yours on there. I'm going to try and put as many people as I can. But yeah, right. So I think this should ideally mean that we can sort of oh, what have I done? I've just clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, we're over here. This looks good. Let's go. What have I done wrong here? Okay, right. Let's give this a shot. But yeah, good luck though. I reckon you can get it fixed by feedbacks. Okay, so we have got no error messages. So at the moment we're going down left, which is right, to 2, 3, 4. Okay, still just going long ways. That's because I think I've just done the slight, that needs to be, that's not height of island, that's just J. Okay. All right, let's try that again. I think it's Nightbot. I think it's Nightbot, but it's like kind of it's just trying to do it on stream. I'm gonna see if I can. Yeah, I'll see if I can. Hold on one sec. Right, sorry. Looking. It should work. I know there's a certain. Let's go to the dashboard. I know there is a way, and like I say, it's something which I want to I want to be able to do it a little bit smoother. It's not be like, okay, where have I got to click? Right. I know it's somewhere on here. There's like make a regulars list. But yeah, I'll. Come on. Yeah, I know. I need to add that as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's Nightbot. Maybe it's. Yeah, hold on. Let's try and work out. Oh, maybe it's. Yeah. Right, I might just be there. Right, let's hope this just magically works. Okay. That's absolutely fine. Okay, if I do suddenly get cut off, I do apologise. I'm trying to work all this out. Regulars. Okay, right, fantastic. We can add more. Okay, right, I need to add a few people here. Right, so Control C. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm just going to add you on now. Just one sec. Sorry, I realised that, like, to anyone viewing, it just looks like I'm just staring into nothingness. This is my second monitor that I'm working. Let's have a look. There we go. Oh, anyway, if I haven't. Oh, yeah. Right, that's good. Right, and then. Anyway, I've got what I've got to do, I've got to put more people. Now I've got this link up here, it should be a bit easier. Right, now, I'll just go. Trying to work out I've done. What have I done wrong? Oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, right now if you did put a link down, I think it should work. If you do, if it suddenly blocks you, then I do apologise. But I think I've got you added as a regular. Let's see, and I'll put in Gliss as well while I'm here. Right, yes, okay. So hopefully, you can put in a link and it shouldn't be too difficult. Right. Anyway, where were we? Right. So, let's see if we've got access to. Okay, no error messages. That's a good start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So close. So we're kind of. So I'm looking over here because I want it to kind of go regularly like this, and we're not quite there. Oh yes, okay, right. I think I know where we're at. It's I think we just don't need this. So I think I can get rid of this. I think this will work now. Yeah, because the reason that I'm getting very particular about this, I want to make sure that we have that whatever the size of the map is, these central points will always mark the correct direction. So let's have another quick look. So pause, and I think we might be there now. It's just it does, yeah, it just requires a lot of trial and error. So 0, 1, so this one goes up here. So we're looking at this circle, and even though like I need to actually add a bit more to it, that's okay. Oh yes, okay, right, brilliant. Right now, and the bottom one should in theory be, it should be this one here, so we should get a little circle here. And we did, yes, okay. So we now have got the map. So regardless of the size, so let's just say the width is, say, 30 by 30. And it's going to be a smaller land. So yeah, so it's only 3 by 3. It should still worm its way up. So going from left, yeah, and then finishing there. Okay, right, fantastic. Now let's turn this back to 50 by 60. Okay, that was a lot of pain, and I do apologise for that. But we're on track now. So all we actually need to do is make it all of this plus 5. So plus 5 plus 5. All of that plus 5. And all of this plus 5. So that should ideally come up with the central point for each one. I have got to make something for lurking. I mean, like, the problem is I'm one of those people that lurk all the time. It's one of my ways that I relax at the end of the day. I'll just be like, have a stream on, just chill, you know. And yet I haven't made any sort of command for that. I also probably need a command for my game as well. That shouldn't be too hard though. I'm going to do that off stream. I don't have the energy right now. So we have got this. So we now want to actually instantiate, not there. We want to instantiate at central point trans 0 dot position. So we're going to check to see if Nina is created at the place that we want it to create. It might have to be, yeah, this might just work. Okay, yes, right, that's in the center. Fantastic. Okay, so now we want to work out the route in which we have to get so that this one like moves all the way up, all the way around, and then moves to the next center point. Do I have the energy right now? Because I'm getting a bit frazzled. I might like that. Anyway, we're making sort of quite a lot of progress, and we've made a lot of progress today. I just can't. I'm really happy with this. I think I probably will call it here, just purely because I'm realising I'm getting hungry, and I've got to just wind down for a bit. But this has been fantastic. So what is our overall progress? We have ideally, hopefully, fixed the problem. We've made a sort of nice random like looking island thing. We've now got the central points for all of these. So now we're looking now to just kind of get Nina to sort of pathfind over to the next bit, which shouldn't be too hard. I use pathfind. The actual concept of pathfinding is one of the most complicated things in the world, but I have set it so that it should be quite easy. And when I say pathfinding, I mean I don't want Nina to walk on water to get to that place. I want Nina to actually find a route where it is all on land to get from one place to the next. But because of how I've designed everything, it should be quite easy. Right, anyway, I will probably, I'll probably have to call it here. I'm going to see who I can raid. Let's have a look. That's the thing, this is probably a bad sort of mindset to have, but when as much as there is a whole pathfinding element in Unity, they've got the ability to pathfind, whereas I want to I need to know how it works before I put it in, and and I've just decided I'd rather have a simpler version. Right, so you know what? We'll go Tin Budette today. Let's see.
Enjoy.
Let's have a look. Control C. Right. Let's have a look. Right. Anyway, that's going to be me for today. Thank you very much for sticking around. It's been a really good fun stream. Got a lot done. Don't forget to download my game, which is which which I think you've probably all got the link by now, but that would be really cool. And I will see you guys later.